Thank you. We now have item number 40, which is the consideration of the proposals received in response to the RFP for amenity management and presentation by the proposing entities. The 3 proposals received in response to the RFP are behind tab number 1 for your review. Andy?
Just a little brief introduction, board members. We all know that the RFP packet went out on June the 3rd. June 23rd was the deadline for questions and answers, and Belinda issued an addendum to the RFP. The responses were due back by Tuesday of last week, so July 5th by 4 o'clock. Obviously, we got 3 responses. They're in your agenda package. It's my understanding that each one of those 3 teams are here today to make a presentation to you. You do have a scoring sheet, which is reflective of the scoring matrix, which was found in the RFP packet. So to the extent that you are ready to move forward this morning, what we would do is have each one of the board members score the proposers, and then we would add those all up and come up with a ranking. In that regard, I suppose you have some other options as well, depending upon how you choose to proceed this morning, whether we choose to make a decision perhaps at a later date. You do have the ability to continue it if that's something that is something that you want to explore. So with that being said, just let the board proceed, and I'll be glad to answer any questions before we begin the process.
Are you surprised at all that we only had 3 responses?
Nothing surprises me these days. I will say that we took extra effort here to cast as wide a net as possible. Typically, we do an ad in the paper, which of course we did is here. We added an extra step using a process called Demand Star. And one of the municipalities that I worked with Belinda and Carrie to help make sure that it was posted on that. So we cast a pretty wide net. I know that some board members, I believe, gave names to Belinda as well to send out, and so they were sent there. So we have 3 proposers, and it's sort of up to you, how you want to proceed from here.
Andy?
Yes, sir.
So where were ads placed?
Ad was placed in which newspaper, Belinda? The Herald Tribune? So there was an ad in the Herald Tribune, and then we utilized this service called Demand Star. And I don't want to misrepresent that I'm an expert on it, but it's my understanding that it's something that's blasted out, and people have a subscription to it, so that anytime there's an RFP for landscape services, if you're a landscape company, you'll get notice of it. If there's one for amenity services like we have here, you would get notice of it.
We go out in the trades and publications that are adhered to in the trades.
I don't believe so. I believe those were the only 2 venues that we utilized.
Okay. We also have the option, I would think, to say, reject all of the proposals and re-advertise and go back out.
That is an option that you would have.
Realize that now. I've done
You can reject all,
it.
you
Reject
can
all.
continue. Like I said, I don't mean to interrupt, but the RFP also says that the proposals are to stay open for 120 days from opening. So
We could, in theory, reject all and go back out.
Well, I guess to me, the question, you say cast a broad net. I just don't know what a broad net is in the hospitality industry, but it seems like the Herald Tribune is going to catch a very small audience. I don't know enough about Demand Star to know if municipalities may use it. I don't know how well it's subscribed to within the hospitality industry.
understood.
I talked to a couple of amenities services company, and they were not aware of the RFP. And they were like Fort Myers, Naples,
Okay.
not sure where else, other parts of the state. So I just wonder if, what is a good source to advertise it on a broader net so that we would get more than 3 responses? And frankly, the 3 responses, there's nothing wrong with them, but it's companies that know us. So they would have already, a couple of them would have already known we were looking. So, but I'm obviously gonna keep an open mind. I'm interested in the presentations. I think there's some other options we mentioned that maybe after the presentations, we can get an update on. But I would have thought we might have gotten more response. And the one company I did talk to, who ultimately got sent an RFP, said they would like to respond, they just didn't have time. It was right before the 4th of July, and the president was driving to South Carolina, and he just said we couldn't respond in time.
And I don't know whether this has any bearing or not, but I just leaned over to ask Belinda. The packet did go to 11 different firms. So you had 3 that responded, and whether it was a timing or just something in the packet that they weren't able to, I can't get in anybody's head, to respond to. But there were more than just 3 that received the packet.
And just as a reminder, because not everybody was on the board at that time, but when we did this 2 years ago, I believe we only had 3 responses. So we're sort of a unique place. And that could enter into, and you could take that any way you like, but that could enter into the fact that there may not be a lot of companies out there that can provide all of our needs. So we did deal with 3 last time. So I didn't find it very unusual. I would have liked to have seen more. I know there were some questions that were asked from one company, Hempstead or whatever it was. Anyway, and I
The
guess
questions were lengthy. I don't know in particular which firms they came from, but there were some very involved lengthy questions.
yeah. I tried to answer some of them.
Would it be possible to get a list of those that responded or was sent RFPs?
Sure.
It just helped me get an appreciation of the context, because I really don't have an appreciation of what kind of companies are out there and where.
I have a suggestion. Could we maybe add Icon as number 4 here? Not that they're making a proposal, but they have
Icon, you make this.
Vesta,
That's,
because they did respond to Andy's letter and our letter about going forward with them for the time being.
Microphone, please.
I asked if we could add Vesta to the agenda because they did respond to us relative to possibly continuing past the deadline that we had established. Not as an RFP, but just so we can discuss that too. That make sense?
Absolutely. I think we have to respond to that.
Yes. I'm on the agenda. That's the only reason I wanted it on there.
Linda, what did you tell the companies to be prepared to do this morning when they came here?
Each one was told that they would be, well, presentation time is 20 minutes. I had a conversation with Castle because Castle has a PowerPoint presentation on it. The RFP does list that the Board of Supervisors would be meeting today to discuss the proposals. So each vendor has the opportunity, obviously it's a public meeting, to attend the meeting and provide a presentation.
okay, let me just understand. Who drafted the RFP?
I did.
You did.
I did.
Yeah, we all
With
had a
board
chance-
input.
Okay.
we all had a chance to look
We
at
all
it.
had a chance to add to it.
That wasn't the question. That's who drafted it. Okay.
Are we ready to move forward with the presentations?
We are,
I'd like to give the presenting groups an option. If you want to stay and listen to what everybody else has to say, that's fine. If you prefer,
give me 1 second.
sure.
The audio's not working.
Yeah, I
Just
just
got a
got word
message.
that it is working now.
Sorry, Rich, go ahead.
Well, if some of the presenters would rather not be here while they're, the others are responding, that's fine too. So whatever you want to do, it's a public meeting.
Really, I think it's the board's decision. And certainly if you say, for instance, that you would rather that the others wait outside, they have the right to say, no, darn it, I'm staying. I mean, it is a public meeting. But I think that the board should make the decision what your preference is.
I'm fine with that. I just wanted to give them the option.
Okay, thank you.
So the vendors were listed in alphabetical order. The board can decide to choose alphabetical, or is there one vendor in particular that you'd like to start with? You don't have to go with alphabetical.
I would say alphabet.
Okay, so we're gonna begin with Castle Management. We do have Fiona Domenico here. She's Regional President from Castle Group. Good morning, Fiona.
Good morning.
I'm gonna move, you have it's a PowerPoint?
Good morning.
I'm gonna move over there.
So I'm Fiona Domenico, and this is Jason Salter, our Director of Food and Beverage. And to my fellow presenters, just as a courtesy, we will not stay, we will be leaving. So if you want to stay, you're welcome to, as the board said, but we will, typically when we do CDD presentations, we always give the courtesy to our fellow presenters to not stay. So thank you for having us. For those of you that, I see a lot of friendly faces in the audience, so it's nice to see people I haven't seen in many years. So thank you for having us. We appreciate it. I'm going to do a quick presentation for you, and then absolutely feel free to ask questions if you want to stop me with a slide that comes up. Please feel free to do that. So I don't want to assume anything. I know some of you know a little bit about Castle, but Castle Management, we are local here in Florida, based in Florida. We are one of the largest privately held management companies. We've partnered with over 400 communities, and we do CDD amenity management. We have F&B management. Really what our bread and butter is communities like Venetian Golf, where we have a team on site. Most of the communities that we manage are highly amenitized, and I apologize to the residents, I don't mean to have my back to you here. And we've got over 2,000 teammates across the state here in Florida. And we have our three founders of Castle Group. So James Donnelly and Rob Donnelly are brothers, and Craig Vaughn is literally a childhood friend of James's. They went to kindergarten together, separated in grade school, and first year of university. James was putting his books in the locker, and Craig tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Are you James Donnelly?" And they've been together ever since, as they say. One of the things I love about Castle is the fact that all three of those gentlemen are actively engaged in the business every single day. And they really have created the culture of Castle. Our local team, I'm local here, I live in Tampa. We have an office here in Sarasota in Lakewood Ranch. Jason is our director, as I said, of food and beverage, and he also lives locally here in Tampa. And then we're kind of set up from a Castle standpoint. We have regional directors, and these are some of our regional directors all working here locally out of our Sarasota office. And then one of the unique things also about Castle is we have a transition team. And so what that means is Stephanie Gold, who's in the bottom middle there, Stephanie is our director of transition. So anytime we take on a new association or a new account, we kind of have it down to a science, a bit of a science and an art, especially with food and beverage and lifestyle. But Stephanie keeps us going in the right direction. We have a great process for a transition. Every Monday morning, we have a transition call. All of the people that are involved in the transition get on that call, and Stephanie walks us through timelines, where we need to be, what's going on. And then Shelly is our account manager, and Shelly basically is here, boots on the ground. She helps us work through the transition. So it all starts with, right, the best people, the best systems, and the best technology. That's kind of Castle's secret sauce, as they say. So you guys know, because you're living the dream, right? It's the people that are here in the club, serving the residents, interacting with the residents. That's what makes the difference. That's what we call the resident experience at Castle. And we are very fortunate because of the culture that James, Rob, and Craig created. People want to work for Castle. I always say it's kind of the Super Bowl of property management. It's a high expectation with our team, but we have 8 values at Castle, and one of them is fun. Another one is life balance. So we have to balance those things, and integrity, tolerance, personal growth, all of those things make up the Castle culture. When we are selecting people, we do a very detailed selection process. So we literally do what's called a predictive index test. You may have heard of that in your professional careers. Before we interview somebody, we walk them through the predictive index test. The person who's actually conducting the interview can see what their natural wiring is. So if we're looking for a general manager who needs to be kind of the mayor, right? Who needs to manage the entire team, interact with the residents on a regular basis. it helps to know what their natural wiring is. If the PI tells us that that person likes to, be really into the details and takes them a long time to warm up to people, and they don't trust people naturally, that's probably not going to be the best wired person for your community, right? Same thing when we're looking for someone who we need to have a little bit more attention to detail. If they're the person doing all of your accounts payable and your accounts receivable, they better be able to sit and look at data over and over and over again and really dive into the details. We take the people part of the business very, very seriously. We partnered with Nova Southeastern University. James Donnelly went to them years ago and said, look, Florida's growing. We have a problem in Florida. There isn't enough people in property management. They said, James, we agree with you. Why don't you fund the program? And so we did. And we, I encourage you to encourage our competitors to help fund it as well. It's now it started as a minor, it's now a major. So we put our money where our mouth is, literally, and we're very proud of that. So at Castle, we're all about layered support. This slide kind of gives you an idea. You guys would be the center right there in the middle with the on-site team, with your general manager, your temps pro, everybody that's on the team would be in the middle. And then all of our different departments around, namely Jason as Director of Food and Beverage, and he's going to talk to you a little bit in a minute about what he does. But the idea is as regional president, yes, I come and do these great, sales pitches, as we call them, but I'm also involved, and you can, ask the POA. Things don't always go perfectly, but I am involved. I've been involved with Venetian for many, many years. My sort of forte, my expertise is to be able to dive in, peel that onion, find out what things are missing. And then, if I need to go in there and wash dishes, well, then that's what we do, right? Because we're a team at Castle. We have to build that team for you. Staffing right now, as Jason will get into, is extremely tough. I'm sure you've experienced that here. I saw some notes in some of the RFP questions about staffing. It takes a team, and again, the Castle culture is what helps bring the team to Venetian, and to make sure that the training is done appropriately, that there's checklists, that it's not just your on-site team on an island by themselves. The regional director is involved with the board. The regional director is involved with the committees to find out what it is that you're looking to accomplish and to help execute that. So we also have what we call lifestyle services. So I mentioned we have 400 plus communities. 55 or more of them now are large scale communities like yours. We have a lifestyle team, and they meet on a quarterly basis to share best practices. They develop programs targeted to their communities, and they share those programming ideas with the other communities. They're looking at things like, what recreation ideas are they doing maybe at Village Walk or Island Walk or Adele Webb that maybe would go well in your club facility. It really makes it so, again, your team is not on an island by themselves. The whole concept of a company like Castle is, if your tennis pro is having a challenge, well, what other of our facilities are having that same challenge, and what did they do? You're going to launch a tiki bar. What do we have at our other tiki bars? What has worked? What hasn't worked? So you're not starting from scratch. You're benefiting from the fact that we've got other associations that are similar to yours with similar facilities, and you're not starting from scratch every time. And I'm going to hand it over to Jason to talk about food and beverage a little bit.
Thank you, Fiona. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank you for the recitement of the pledge. In today's climate, I find that very refreshing. So I appreciate that. So Fiona told me we have 20 minutes to talk, and I'm not good with time limits. I normally talk on and on and on and on and on. So you're going to see several slides, one of them like this, and you're going to see another one. Here, I'm going to show it to you now. Just like that one. You're going to see a lot of slides from every company that's in here, all three of them. And they're all going to show you the same stuff. We can all write reports, we can all write budgets, we can all host events, we can all run food cost development using all that stuff. So I wanted to instead spend my time telling you why we're different. And why we're different is I spent 30 plus years in the restaurant business and still going. All of my 30 years are in what I refer to as the public sector. So if I separate public and private, private would be residential, it would be country club, it would be those types of things. And if you spend any time in either one of those worlds, they're two very different worlds. The difference is where I come from, planning, accountability, Those types of things are not dirty words. Those are things that we take very seriously, and they are the key metrics by which we measure performance in this part of the industry. What a lot of management companies do, and I see them all across the country when we travel around and pitch people, they always manage the noise, right? So whatever you're mad about, they manage that piece of it, and they chase that around until it either works for them or you kick them out, right? What I want to do is I want to avoid the noise. And how do we do that? Well, we do it through planning. We do it through efficiencies. My background is really large scale growth and efficiencies. So managing large brands, 100, 150 units, that type of stuff. And I do that by doing things like, we brought in our broadline vendor, which is Cheney Foods. And I said, hey, and right now you guys are one entity and you buy stuff from, it looks like Cisco Foods, Cheney Foods, and a couple of others. Well, you're not flexing any type of purchasing power doing that, right? You're basically just buying off the street and paying the truck to come in and drop it off. So what Cheney Foods does for us is they look at us as a global entity, right? So they manage all of our properties. And we navigated a contract with them that looks exactly like the one that Longhorn and Chili's and those type of people do. We're paying about 4.5% above wholesale on all of our products across the board. That savings goes directly to the association. Those are just a few of the things that we do in order to make it work. Training, support, menu flexibility, we do all of those things. You're looking at the food and beverage department for Castle. It's not an army of 17 people because that cost gets passed on to you. Instead, I flex the people like Cheney Foods and their chefs. They have a team of chefs. We don't need to employ a chef. They have 12 or 13 of them that work in their company, and I can use their test kitchens anywhere in the state, anytime I want, use their products, develop the menus, build the recipes, and again, bring those great products and cost savings onto you. Your biggest pain point, from what I understood from Fiona and reading through the information, is staffing. So the question is, how do you manage staffing? I could stand here today and lie to you and tell you that we can staff your building tomorrow if you just hire us. That'd be a lie. And anybody that stands up here and tells you that is lying. It's just a bad environment for that type of stuff. Not knowing the leadership in the building and not knowing the staff and the operations intimately, I have to do some assumptions. And the best way to do assumptions is with this data and information. So I went back and I looked through some financials because that's normally the scorecard by which you judge people's performance. And what I noticed is that I looked through 2019 and 2022. In 2019, you budgeted about 700,000 in sales, you did about 800,000. So you had a great year. And then boom, pandemic hit, right? So you budgeted another 800 grand and you did about 500 grand. So you made an adjustment down to 600 grand. The next year in 2021, you still only did 500 grand. And then you made an adjustment back up to 700 grand, which was really strange. And you still only did a little over 500 grand. That's not necessarily the disturbing part. That's the part that's managing the noise, right? So they say, oh, well, look, we're making an adjustment. Here's the thing that scares me a little bit. In your cost of goods, which is where your labor, your food costs, those types of things happen, you started budgeting down in sales, but your cost parameters never changed. So you were still budgeting the same amount of money that you were budgeting to do $700,000 worth of sales, but you're only doing 500. That tells me we're just managing the noise. We're not managing the process. That's an indication of bad leadership. When you have bad leadership, that trickles down. People don't want to work for weak and inefficient leaders. So with that, I'll pass it back over to Fiona and let her close us out.
And this is really hard for Jason and I, because he's right, we could talk forever, so. But to Jason's point, it's all about systems, right? So one of the things Castle is known for, and this is all Rob Donnelly. Rob Donnelly, one of our founders, came from McDonald's, and he is our systems guy. So we have a system for everything, whether it's, a planning calendar to make sure all of your equipment, is serviced, has the proper warranties on it. When something breaks, is the warranty covering it? You're not just paying the bill for anything. Renewing your contracts, making sure they're renewing on time. This is just an example of one of the systems, the annual planning calendar. This would be customized, right, for your specific facility. Everything from, planning out, your budget, right? What needs to be done, ordering, inventory, et cetera, et cetera. And this is all transparent for the board. So ideally, the manager is going through this on a monthly basis, graying out what has been done, leaving it blank or white if it has not been done, and then following up with you as the directors and letting you know what's going on. Benchmarking, Jason touched on this a little bit. We can benchmark everything for you. This is an example of benchmarking gas, electricity, water, sewer, and waste management, but we can benchmark everything from other like associations, other like clubs. What are they doing? What is their labor at? Why is it costing you X number of dollars for pool service when it's costing someone else less, right down the street, and their pool is the same number of gallons, et cetera. And then finally, kind of weekly update and action list. These are all of things that the team on site would be preparing. This speaks to Jason's point of not managing the noise. This is trying to stay ahead and being very transparent with the board. This is what your team is focused on, whether it's from the recreation and lifestyle side or the restaurant side. You want to be able to see, what is my management team focused on? And if it's not in line with what the board feels is important for the community, then there's a disconnect, right? And that's where we have to sit down as a team and go, okay, well, for whatever reason, the GM thinks these are the top 5 things they should be focused on in the next 30 days. And the board says, we don't care about that. We need you to focus over here, right? So this is an excellent tool that we use, and when used correctly, it really makes for an effective partnership. And that's really what we're looking for, is a partnership. Vendor management, we also use a company called Vendor Smart, where all of the vendors are licensed and insured. This is a third party. If we're looking for some kind of a vendor, the team can log in here, similar to an Angie's List, kind of like what Andy was talking about with the RFP process. Tells everybody who's in there, it rates the vendors, et cetera. So it's a tool for the team to use. And then finally, just becoming a Castle community. I mentioned our transition team. Obviously, this is at the first step, but once we get going, we have what we call the 100-day program. And I know you can't see this because I can't even see it, but I just wanted to give you a visual. I mentioned Stephanie in the very beginning from transition. This is our Gantt chart, and it shows, pre-launch, launch and transition, post-transition. We're really following a very scripted timeline, which helps keep us on track so that we know exactly where we're going and what we need to do to make the transition a successful one. And with that, I want to say thank you and happy to answer any questions.
Judge, I have a question to Jason. I'm impressed by the fact that you looked at the cost analysis as it relates to the food and beverage operations here. Did you look at our menu pricing, what we offer as it relates offer for a fixed price, and compare it with other, say, resorts or places in your direction?
I did vaguely. It's a little muddy in that it's kind of scattered all over the board. I think you're a little bit low in some items, which is causing some cost problems. And typically when you see that, it's because you have a bad product and you have bad service. So you figure the cheaper you go, the more people will show up. In your case, it's not happening that way. The inverse of that is that you're probably buying at a much higher rate as well, because you're not flexing your purchasing power. You're seeing purchases from Cheney Foods, Cisco Foods, trips to Publix, Costco. I mean, there's just a long list if you run through the G&L of places that you're purchasing. And when you do that, you're actually driving up the cost. And when you drive up the cost and bring down the price point, you're in a double negative. You never dig your way out of it. And when that happens, your sales go down. When your sales go down, you lose your servers because they're not making any money, and your cooks can go somewhere else and get paid better. And it's just a constant cycle. So accountability is really where things should live. You should have a good product, charge the market fair price for it, and then serve it appropriately.
Okay, does Castle handle, or are you servicing restaurants of this size? Okay, we approximately consider 189 people. What other comparable entities do you handle of this size or magnitude?
Sure, that's a great question. I have several that seat well over 100 people and some north of that as well. We have some that seat 75 to 100 inside and another 150 to 200 outside. So the size and scope and the scale is not necessarily an issue for us. It's just a matter of thought process. And when people get pigeonholed into those smaller entities and they can't take their plan and scale it out, that's really when they start to struggle. And that may be what's happening here, is that it's just grown beyond their capabilities to be able to do it. Yes, sir.
When I looked at page 20, I got that. Page 22, you had a list of, I think it's probably like a sample of general manager, master, member services, receptionist, et cetera.
Okay.
And I noticed you didn't have a chef on that list. You have 5 cooks, but no chef. Is this just a guesstimate, or is this what you do?
Was it a mistake? No, it wasn't a mistake. So during my part of the presentation, and I kind of moved through it pretty quickly, I come at things from a little bit different perspective. Chefs are good for what chefs do, but chefs aren't necessarily managers. They don't manage a restaurant. They create good menu items, they do that type of things, but they're not managing your people. What you need is a manager. We have chefs all over the state that can help us manage menu. We can create menu items, we can cost them out, we can do all of those things. We don't necessarily have to house an $80,000 or $90,000 a year chef here. I would personally rather take that money and move it into a restaurant manager, somebody that's gonna manage the business component and take care of your people and manage your product and all of the things that go along with that to make it a successful business.
So you're saying we'd have a club manager and a restaurant manager?
I would have to see how the format works, but yeah, that's my perspective. Is that instead of a chef, you would have a restaurant manager. An F&B manager, yes.
Okay, then you also have a bar manager on the list.
So what my philosophy is take those dollars that are dumped deep into the kitchen for somebody who doesn't do, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but they just don't do the majority of the work. They come up with the menu items, they put them on the menu, they cost them out, and then that's kind of the end of their involvement. The restaurant manager, the people that are actually touching the tables, interacting with the customer, driving the guest experience, those are the people that are making your business successful. We can all create great menu items, but can you drive that customer experience on a daily basis? Most chefs can't do that. Restaurant managers, bar managers, the very personable, extrovert type people are the ones that actually manage the process better.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello. So I want to start at 10,000 feet and kind of work down. Okay. You have about an hour? Sure.
You'll regret that.
Maybe.
I have a lot of stamina.
So
Don't encourage him.
from your food and beverage experience, what do you think is an appropriate level of subsidy by the club, by the residents for food and beverage?
It's a loaded question, and
Yes.
I'll put some meat on that bone for you, no pun intended. It depends on the size of the community, the number of doors, and if you have a food and beverage minimum, which I don't think you do here. Is that correct?
That we have, no.
So the true answer to that is you're subsidizing whether or not you got the food and beverage minimum, just a matter of when you're paying and then how it goes. Now, in terms of subsidy for you without a food and beverage minimum, and I'm purely guessing here, you got a restaurant seats about 100 people, sales of about $500,000. You're probably subsidizing currently somewhere around the $300,000 to $325,000 range. And I think you could live comfortably somewhere around 90 to 110, and possibly a little bit better than that.
Well,
Was I close?
there's no right or wrong answer.
Right.
So I
It's your
know there,
comfortability that's, if you're comfortable with 300 and you're happy with what you're getting, then that's where you should live.
there's no right or wrong answer.
Sure.
So it really depends on what the community wants.
That's right.
Which is somewhat problematic here, by the way, because I don't think we know what we want. But given that, so I've seen or heard there are communities that are in the 30% range, 30% of revenue, as high as 90%. We're not certainly at the top level. How do you determine what the community is expecting or wants? I mean, you're saying, let's use $100,000 as a round number. Why do you think that's a good number for this community?
I'm basing that purely on what I saw inside your financials. And what I see inside the financials is a lot of waste. Again, I go back to the original statement of leadership decided to budget sales down in a downward economy, right? So the pandemic forced us to drive our sales down. The unfortunate thing is they didn't manage the costs that go along with that. So those two things have to rise and fall simultaneously to work. So the inefficiencies in what they're doing, whether it's purchasing, labor projection, those types of things, are causing that big rise in which your subsidy is happening. So If I just kind of take the differential and look at the cost savings, that's, again, it's purely speculative just in my head. I really think you should be around that 90 to 110 range, maybe around 150, but at 300, 325, I think you're just pouring money out the door. Now, in terms of what the community wants, that I don't know because I've only been here twice. But I can tell you that what the community is currently getting is not what the community wants, because we've seen a spiral go downward like this. It may be driven by service and not product. It may be driven by product and not service. It may be a combination of all those things. I tend to think where there's smoke, there's fire. So there's a little bit of all of those things happening in there. And the inconsistency in the service and the product are things that are really driving the poor results.
I don't know why this keeps going on. Have you seen our budget?
I've skimmed through it a little bit. I think you budgeted 700,000 in sales. You mean for 2024? It's
20
Rosetta that's
22, 23.
So you run an odd budget, right? It runs like from
It's fiscal year.
yeah, fiscal year. So no, I have not seen
October
I haven't seen your next year's budget. No.
So we budgeted 850
Mhm.
for
In sales.
restaurant revenue.
Yeah.
It's, again, coming off a pandemic, coming off of issues you've talked about, coming off of menu pricing that hasn't kept up with inflation. So it's hard to judge how much is cost efficiency versus just inflation happened faster than the menu got adjusted. But those are all factors. I didn't have a question about whether you kind of answered why you don't feel the need for a chef, because you talked about Cheney services. I guess this may be more for Fiona, but in your proposal fees, I noticed, for example, you have one tennis staff, if you would, and no additional tennis or fitness, rackets or fitness. Do you think one person can manage all we have related to rackets and fitness?
I'm judging by the way you're asking the question, it sounds like maybe we might have missed something there, but in the actual proposal, based on the information that we were given, that was I thought was the direction of what you guys were looking for.
Where would you get that from?
With the tennis pro, in the actual RFP itself, it talked about staffing levels, I think, with a tennis director. No?
I don't think so.
Okay, I will check on that, but,
And what about fitness, aquatics, court
Well,
maintenance?
yeah, so typically what happens there from a aquatic standpoint, those wouldn't be employees. Anyone giving classes are typically 1099, and so they wouldn't be listed in this. This is just actual employees of Castle Group. And so your member services, your general manager, they would all take a piece of making sure, right, you've got the right mix of actual classes, instructors showing up on time, acting appropriately, all of those things.
And who do you use for hard court, true court, tennis court maintenance?
Yeah, so typically that would be a vendor who's doing that. We do have some associations that are doing it in-house. It's a mix. There's only really 2 or 3 strong vendors locally. And then you'd actually, some of our associations like Island Walk, for example, they took it in-house. So they have an actual employee doing it.
Okay.
When you say locally, do you mean in Tampa or here in
Sarasota, Venice, yeah. Most of our associations that have the, big tennis facilities are all in the Sarasota, Venice area. Very few are in Tampa.
So if I look at this proposal of fees and structure, what's not included?
Anytime you do something like a mailing, for example, that you'd be charged the actual cost. So if we were going to mail something out to the entire membership, you would be charged the cost of the postage. That's all done through our home office, client communications department. The other things that would be not included, for example, at the bottom, if you'll see it, it mentions health insurance. The reason we do that separately is we only want you to pay. It's a complete pass-through. So if the employee takes the health, then you're charged for the health. But if they don't, you're not charged. Those would be the types of things that that
So-
wouldn't be included.
So that's on top of the 25% payroll burden?
Correct, correct.
I had a question about that. If we're talking about 16 full-time employees, because I think that's what I've counted up here, we have to add about $108,000 to that final figure down there.
If they all chose health.
If they all
Yep.
chose health.
Mhm.
Ken, did you have some other things you wanted to say?
I did. You mentioned point of sale systems. And it sounded like that also is not included
Correct.
in your fees. So there would be additional licensing?
Yeah, so what we encourage you to do, and I don't know if Jason, you can correct me if I say anything incorrect, but there's not one point of sale system that is right for every association. So Jason would have a big part in meeting with you and discussing and making some recommendations. And my guess is he would probably come with one, maybe two, he's shaking his head, yes, yeah, that are gonna be right for your association. And then you would license that directly. And we hope that we're married forever, but the reality is that may not happen. So you really want, our recommendation is you license that directly with the association, because you don't want to be changing point of sale systems every time you change management.
You also talked about benchmarking. And I think that's great. But in our RFP, we also specifically included a section, it's section 2E, I think, that deals with measuring internally and tracking internally. What kinds of things do you put in place in other communities that help you and us appreciate the fact that we're actually meeting our goals or your goals, that utilization is where it should be?
Thank you for asking that question, because I normally have a slide for that. I made it very short today with the 20 minutes. So there's a couple of different things that we do. First of all, from what we call home office standpoint, we have a QA, a quality assurance department, and they have very specific things that they're checking on from the home office standpoint. So Kathy Grimaldo is our director of quality assurance. She comes and does a physical, what we call a QA inspection. She does those once a year. She's got her list that she goes by, and it has an F&B portion to it. The reason we have Kathy and her team do that is we want disinterested, right, fresh eyes, nobody with the manager or the general manager, completely separate. She comes in, the team does not like it, I'll tell you right now. and she does her thing, and then we sit, I get a copy of that report as the regional president. We sit with the regional director. There's going to be things on that report that would go into that action list that I shared with you. And we like to be transparent, so that would be shared, right? In a meeting, here's where they did well, here's where we got to improve. So QA is one part of it. Then the regional director does, this is something new that we've implemented, we call it a quarterly scorecard. So once a quarter, home office determines what things we need to be asking out in the field. And the regional director comes and sits down and goes through with the general manager, basically a list of things. We do it on Survey Monkey, so that they literally, they log in and together they sit side by side, right? Where are we with delinquencies for the club? Who is delinquent, how much delinquency you have. So all of those types of things, and we can customize that to a certain degree for your association. So you may say, look, that's great, Fiona, you asked these 15 questions, but for Venetian, we want these 5 asked as well. So that's really where the regional director comes in, because we can customize those type of things. Things like website review, that's another thing that Kathy's department does. So she'll go on to your website on a monthly basis and look, is it up to date? What's going on? And then all that information gets filtered down to the regional director.
You use one of your references, Village Walk. Can you talk a little bit about what you do at Village Walk?
So Village Walk, we manage, they're an HOA, and they have a full restaurant. So we manage both the association, the HOA, a piece of it, and we manage the restaurant as well. And they've got tennis, they've got a lifestyle director. Their restaurant is open 5 days a week, full service. Dinner, yep. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, right? Yep.
Do you happen to know what their subsidy level is?
It's done. So it's interesting, thank you for asking that question, because it gives me a chance to flex for a minute. They asked the same question when I came in. We're at X subsidy, I want to say it was about 225 or 250. And the board president said, you know, well, we're not in too bad a shape at 225 or 250. We just got great service and great product. I said, do you think you can do better than that? I said, if I don't do better than that, you can fire me and I'll help you carry my bags. And I think last year we ended up at about $92,000.
And we're gonna have to move a little bit, there's a couple other questions. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm with other
I want to thank you. I want to follow up on this amenity issue. You know, we hear a lot of discussion here about this is an amenity place. Is it realistic to think that that subsidy for food and beverages could go to zero here?
No.
No.
And I'll tell you why. Particularly its burden rate, its management costs, it's things like that. It's things that don't factor into the day-to-day operation. So in reality, if there's a burden rate of 25%, I think is what you got on there. So if the burden rate is 25%, you're paying 25% of every dollar spent in labor inside your profit or inside your P&L, right? So even if you run that thing perfectly all the way to the bottom line and hit zero, you're still negative 25% of your burden labor. So that's kind of how I measure when I target that number of 125, 110. I'm really looking at the sales figure, backing up the burden rate and kind of backing into that number.
Your prime vendor comments were very appropriate.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, please, about the general manager. You know, to me, the general manager is really the linchpin here. So can you talk about your expectations and what we could expect in a general manager?
So in a facility like this, you need a really strong leader. And I use the term mayor, not to be light of that, but it is someone who is a really strong leader. You're running a mini, city almost, right? And the level of customer resident interaction here specifically is extremely high. This is the nucleus of the community. And so your general manager has to be somebody who is business savvy, but also is a people person and can really motivate, the entire team and can be out, walking by the pool, walking by the tennis courts, out at the tiki bar and engaging. How are things going? And as you guys, being on the CDD board, living the dream, you know that everybody has a different vision sometimes, right? For what should be served and what, how many pickleball courts we need and. I could go on and on and on. So this person needs to be high emotional intelligence, strong leader. I don't need them to be an F&B expert because we have expertise here to guide. I just need them to be highly engaged, a people person, and I can't say it enough. It's a strong leader who's been in the industry, who has industry experience, who's done, some F&B and understands the dynamics of your unique community.
Is that person available to start tomorrow?
No.
Well, with that,
Let's go.
with that said, if our contract with Vesta is up on the 21st of July, when are you prepared to take over and what are you going to do?
So we'd like to have, in a perfect world, 60 days to transition, right? Because we have to get downloads, right, from your current management company. We need to get all of that information into our system. Have we done takeovers overnight? Yes. Is it a disaster? Yes, guys, it's not the way to go. And I heard in the beginning, you're talking about working that through. I highly encourage you to do that. 60 days is
Okay.
really the minimum.
Okay. I want to be sure I have the numbers right. The food and beverage and management staff at $793,550, that includes the 25% burden rate?
If you're looking, I'm not sure what page you're looking at, but may I come over to show you this is the list here?
Yeah, well, I have the list.
Yeah, so that includes the burden.
Okay, all
You
right.
got it. So you just need to consider if they take health insurance, that $565 per person per month.
Now,
Doesn't
the-
include the health insurance.
Yeah, right. The health insurance with 16 is 108,000. I figured that one out. You say you're a privately held company, but you're under the umbrella of PMG, correct?
Correct, yes.
So what's your relationship with PMG? Because Vesta is part of PMG also.
Yeah, so John Corona is the head, right, and of Associa. and PMG is the parent company of that. And so James, Rob, and Craig sold a majority interest a few years back to John Corona, but we operate completely separately. So it doesn't happen often, but Associa is one of their brands. Vesta is now part of the PMG family. So we come into situations like this where, we are competing. It's like, whoever the parent company is of, Palmolive, right? They have a bunch of different brands underneath there.
Unless I missed it, you didn't include an estimated food and beverage budget?
I don't believe we did.
Okay. And you didn't include a client list as well?
We did include references.
Oh,
yes.
references, yes.
Yes.
In terms of a client list of who you're servicing right now?
No, I don't think so. We typically don't list all of our clients. It's not, but if you wanted more references, we could provide that.
And the same thing with the financial stability, if we needed more information about that. I understand why you didn't include that, but if we needed more information about the financial stability of the company, we can get it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Anybody else have any other questions?
No.
I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody, for your time and your questions. We appreciate the opportunity.
Does anybody need a break before we move forward?
Yes.
Okay, 5-minute break?
5 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna be off the record for 5 minutes for a 5-minute break.
Okay, Castle, I'm sorry, Icon will come in next.
forth a little bit during our presentation, but again, thank you for giving us the opportunity, allowing us to come back and tell a little bit more of our story, which has changed some since we were last here. So with me is Greg Leischer. Greg is with Troon, on the Troon side of the business, offices on the east coast of Florida. Alan Peters is our culinary director from Icon's side, and I see Mr. Klein shaking his head. Alan, some of you may have seen him. He was up here quite often in the kitchen, working with the staff in the kitchen, and as we had transitions in the kitchen, helping out. Was certainly involved early on when you were talking about the tiki bar renovation and things that could be done there, and how to reconfigure that. And then Dominique Gray is also on the Troon side office on the east coast of Florida. So we'll tell you a little bit about that. For us, Icon as a brand remains the same. So we're talking about Icon and Troon as a joint merged company. Icon continues to exist as its own operating division, as its own brand. We will continue to do that. Greg will talk a little bit more about the Troon structure, but we still are strongly aligned with our belief of iconic service, which is built on consistently delivering genuine service in a professional manner. That's really our culture. That's what we want to do. That's what we strive to do. We have resources for reinforcement, and those resources have just grown with our acquisition and merger with Troon. Our toolbox got a lot bigger, which is great for someone in my position that's working on how do we best support accounts, clubs, communities, like Venetian. So as a company, we really specialize in amenity management, but really we specialize in managing large, highly amenitized communities. We are an HOA management company as much as an amenity management company. I didn't know about that. We talked about, who was informed about the River Club being open, potentially management change. We didn't know about the HOA one, or we would have certainly expressed interest there. If that door is not closed, we would express interest in that today, and there might be some efficiencies there, on a larger scale as to what we could do on that front. So I'm going to turn this over to Greg. Greg's going to tell you a little bit more about the Troon side of the business, and we'll go forward. Again, thanks for having us.
Thank you, Bill. Again, my name is Greg Leischer. I'm a Vice President of Business Development. I've been with Troon for a little over 11 years now. And I'm based out of our regional office in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. The first 8 or so years I spent in Scottsdale, Arizona. As Bill had mentioned, Icon recently became a part of the Troon family, which is an exciting time for all of us, and puts Venetian River Club in particular in a great position. And by that I mean having an opportunity here to not only leverage prior knowledge and history as it relates to the community and how it has evolved, but also to pull on a broader set of resources now with Icon being a part of the Troon family. And so as we go forward, just to prevent any confusion, I wanted to just quickly set the table as it relates to how Icon fits within Troon and some of the supplemental divisions of Troon that we anticipate down the road being of value for the community. So as you can see, there are 11 divisions, if you will, or brands within the world of Troon. The top 4 and Icon are the primary brands which we provide amenity and full comprehensive management services to our clients. And that is as it relates to different types of golf and hospitality related operations, whether it be a fully private community that associates with Troon Privé, one that is a high-end daily fee resort that would affiliate with the Troon Golf brand. All of this is at the discretion of the client. It's not required that there is any affiliation unless the community or client wants to. I think equally important are the resources that we have grown over time with that are articulated on the bottom row of the chart here. And specifically, I want to point out two of them, Cliff Drysdale Tennis and Real Food, which are really commitments by our executive team to ensure that we are properly resourcing for our clients in areas where we acknowledge and know a community lifestyle is evolving more into, and that is greater importance on food and beverage and ensuring that as it relates to amenities and activities like tennis and racket sports, that we have the proper amount of resources that we believe are unparalleled in the industry to ensure that we're supporting our clients in those endeavors. Obviously, pickleball is growing in popularity, and we understand that you have several pickleball courts that are coming to complement the tennis courts that you have today. So we're proud of the resources that we bring in that side and believe as we move forward, should we have the opportunity to partner with Venetian River, that we're able to draw on those resources with the goal of elevating the programming and delivering the desired resident experience as it relates to racket sports. And Real Food, as Bill mentioned, is an organization that we acquired as Troon, and really that group was designed to ensure that as a company, we were best equipped to help clients reimagine their food and beverage dining spaces. Historically, Troon as an organization was very fluent in recipes, backup recipes, menu control, training, etc. But we lacked, admittedly, the expertise in reimagining spaces, whether it be kind of these ancillary rooms or the bar area, and helping our clients evolve them into something different that's more relevant to where the community is going. Real Food specializes in that space, and whether it be helping to create new concepts, determining what the language and colors and menu will look like. It's all custom tailored to our clients. And so we discovered Real Food by way of a large engagement that we have over on the East Coast of Florida in a community called Bowen Isles, where we were tasked with essentially reconcepting 7 dining outlets as part of a $35 million clubhouse renovation. And that was more than we could handle, admittedly, and we engaged Real Food into that process. We found there to be a perfect marriage there, an opportunity for us to help one another, hence Real Food becoming a part of the Troon family. So I share those brief descriptions of those divisions of Troon because I believe it's important for us to articulate that, and that it provides a one-stop shop, if you will, for the community to potentially leverage within the world of Troon as the community continues to grow and elevate. As it relates to just context of our experience with private communities, both here in Florida and around the country, we're privileged to have partnered with all of the large developers, whether it be Toll, Lennar, Taylor Morrison, and others. And again, with all of those, our focus is on being a comprehensive turnkey manager that provides the unparalleled depth of resources and support to deliver on our clients' needs. And those vary by community, whether it be hours of operation, pricing, staffing levels. Those are all dictated by owner, by the board. And the board, by partnering with Icon and Troon, is leveraging the expertise of an organization that is partnering with over 600 hospitality-related facilities around the world. Bill?
Yep. So, and I don't think I gave my full name, and I'm Bill Bauer. So I am a senior vice president with Icon, and for history, I think most of the supervisors know, when we first started with Venetian, we started as a company called Vision Golf Management. I was a principal with Vision Golf Management with a partner. My partner's name was Simon Pools. We, after 10 years of operating and having a good run here at Venetian, we sold to Icon, which is kind of how that history happened. And I know there's a lot of things that have happened here in the community. And Icon was involved in the golf club when Vision was involved here at the River Club, and then there was an acquisition. So, you all have seen me in multiple capacities with 3 different companies now, with my own, then with Icon and now with Troon. So, but what I can say, confidently and it's been really exciting for us with the Troon acquisition is we have, as I said, we've become a company that has a much bigger toolbox. I'm still a senior vice president with Icon. We continue to operate in our own division, which means, we still feel like a pretty small company. We get to focus on our clients. I still have, and our team has the flexibility to be directly engaged with our clients, which hopefully will include Venetian again in the future. We have the small company application with a lot of resources behind us now, and resources that expand that I find out about every day that are like, wow, I have these tools at my disposal. We had, Alan and I got to spend some time a few days ago with the leadership of Real Food. Brilliant people that were like, wow, how great would this have been over the last 10 to 15 years of my career to have, these kind of resources to pull in. So these are, we'll go through we're not going to spend a whole lot of time, but we do have a number of clubs in this area and a lot of presence, close here. Sarasota National being one, right down the road. As we get up into, Bradenton, Lakewood National, Esplanade, at Lakewood Ranch. So we have a lot of facilities in this area. In the past, we've had some reasonable success when we had staffing shortages here, pulling from some of those other places to help us get through, but we are well represented in the area. I think we work with Troon and Icon combined, over 100 communities in Florida. On the Icon side, there's 60. Of those 60 communities, Alan, 43 of them have
43 have
food and beverage operations. Many of those 43 have multiple outlets within, so they may have 2 or 3 different dining facilities within them. So we got a lot of resource and experience in the area. So we want to be genuine. We want to be professional. We want to be consistent at all times. That's part of our core as to how we want to operate. And I did want to talk a little bit about our experience here at Venetian. Kind of with any anytime you're working with boards and elections and boards change, and what was the mission when you started, and how does that evolve as you get new leadership in the community? But I do think while we were here, we probably didn't often call out our successes enough, but I think we did have a lot of success. We started in 2016. Every year we were involved. So from the time we started, which was really right after turnover, so you went through WCI and WCI coming out, and what was that turnover like? We performed better than budget every year. Over a 6-year period, we had minimal dues increases, 3% over that 6-year period. We're really proud of the food and beverage prior to COVID, which was a real setback. We did have a 58% increase in food and beverage from 2016 to 2019. And I firmly believe we would have been well over $1 million in revenue at this point in time had we not seen COVID and some of the other setbacks that we had. We got to be involved with this renovation, working with Mr. Kleinglass and the group on the re-envisioning this building and how it came out. One of the challenges that we worked with, Belinda and Rosetta on was, how do we, one, consistently deliver financials timely, but how do we deliver financials in a format that could be incorporated into Rosetta's consolidated format? It took a lot of work. Was something we were able to accomplish and do working together. We maintained an entirely separate company just working for Venetian, so we could provide a unique set of benefits for your employee group that the supervisors, when we took over, wanted to maintain. So we certainly tried to, in every stage, meet with the supervisors we're looking for, accommodate those requirements. We passed on a lot of discounts. We provided interim support. Some of you got to know Laura Bialy, who was our our division controller. She spent time up here. Again, some of that was during this renovation when we had a manager transition. So, we certainly stepped in when we needed to. Additional cost savings by the internalizing project management. So, some of the things that have been outsourced before we were able to bring in-house with both Vision and Icon. So we did have a lot of success that we're proud of. We'd like to continue that if we get a chance going forward. Members of our team, I've introduced myself. We do have a new regional director of accounting, Laura, who some of you got to know, got a chance to move up. She is the general manager of one of our communities now. Allows her to lead that organization, something she was thrilled to do. So we have a new regional director, Alan, who we've talked about, and you're going to hear from Alan in a little bit. Stacy McGowan, our human resource director. And we have offices kind of alternating. So I'm coming out of the Fort Myers office. We also have offices in Bradenton. So we're similar in distance to you. And Stacy works out of our office in Bradenton. All right, I'm going to turn this back to Greg so we can talk a little bit more about some on the training side.
Great. Again, I think, it's important to note not only Bill's comments as it relates to the fact that, there's still the small company approach and regional resources, whether it be the Icon offices in Fort Myers or Bradenton, but also including, our regional office in Palm Beach Gardens and the 9 other regional offices that Troon has around the country. In aggregate, creates a superior suite of expertise, as you can see, around a variety of different disciplines, all of which are aimed and designed to support our clients across, as you can see, both what we call, for lack of a better term, front of house experience, meaning food and beverage, and then also back of house, equally important. So the accounting, IT, HR, legal side, there is substantial resources and relevant expertise that our clients help utilize as it relates to ensuring that all of the rules and regulations are being followed, and that you have a strong platform of management in order to deliver that desired resident experience. As Bill mentioned, Alan is for directors of culinary services and food and beverage, as you can imagine, is of paramount importance in private communities. And I'll give you that one specific reason. That's everyone is a scratch eater, right? They know exactly how food should be prepared, what the Caesar dressing should look like, how many sandwiches we should have on the menu, and what the pricing should be. It's very subjective, but it's extremely important. And it's part of the value proposition for you all as residents in the community. And so we continue to reinvest into food and beverage. We know we're as good as the last burger that comes out, and we're not perfect, but we do pride ourselves on being consistent. And we're consistent in what that delivery is, and that delivery is defined by the board, who's voted on by the residents. And so that's kind of our view at a high level. And now maybe you can expand a little bit on how you see food and beverage and support our clients. That'd be helpful.
Of course, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. I do remember some of you gentlemen. I've been with Icon for 8 years. I am the culinary director. I've been in this property many, many times. I remember 4 years ago when we had the relaunch, we were part of that process, and it was great. I worked in this kitchen many, many times with your recent chefs. One thing that Icon brings to the table with as far as food and beverage is we do it right. We don't take shortcuts. We follow recipes. We have standards. We have a lot of practices as far as sanitation goes. We have excellent purchasing contracts. The vision for food and beverage, and like Bill said, the vision for food and beverage is always trying to get to the next level. It's never about enjoying the status quo, never. Recipe development, menu development, it's always ongoing with our chefs. We have conference calls, we have team meetings with all of our chefs. There's 43 chefs in our company. We have a really good time. We never learned how, we always do it correctly, always. As Bill mentioned, we had Real Foods in town last week, and I got to spend about a day and a half with these Troon folks, and I'll tell you something, these guys are sharp. So when we talk about expanding our toolkit, we really have. We've really stepped it up a lot.
What if, Alan, I mean, experience here, from the chefs, from the kitchen, from your availability?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. One thing is, my job for the company is support. Like I said, I've worked in this kitchen probably 6 or 7 times. I get around a lot. This is a great kitchen. You guys have a lot of kitchen back there. It's a great property. I've seen the food. I've seen what we used to do here, and it was great. Chef Tim was a really good chef. Did a really good job. But yeah, we have a lot of support. If the chef ever is out, we can always fill these positions with cooks. We have a good program. Thank you.
Obviously, one of the benefits of aligning with a group like Icon that's part of the Troon family is the ability to leverage our scale and cost efficiencies across all of the goods and services that you're procuring. So with Icon being part of the Troon family, there's now vendor relationships that Venetian River will have access to. And as part of that, it's all about being more efficient in what we're purchasing and not doing so in any way with sacrificing quality. These programs are available at owner discretion, so you do not have to purchase through these programs. And if by chance there's ability to procure goods and services at a lower rate, that is fine, and we would encourage you to utilize that path as well. So we really see ourselves, and it's been a nice marriage with Icon, as collaborative partners. So we have a robust platform and expertise that we seek to integrate with our clients, but it's not mandatory. But it's worth noting, and I think important, because we're able to drive value there that other groups are just simply not able to provide, given that the scale that we have. In the community, it's training and development is critically important, particularly in today's environment where, as an industry and hospitality, we're all struggling to find the right talent. And with that, everyone's adjusting to how do we create an employment value proposition that is more than just a wage. We see that as an opportunity for Troon and Icon within Troon to help differentiate ourselves from an employment standpoint. And we do so by providing a lot of training and development opportunities for the staff, where our corporate resources are providing those leadership opportunities, extensive training through corporate support, and ultimately providing a career. We seek to employ folks who are motivated and seek to thrive under a culture of accountability. Now, that being said, we recognize it's important that as an organization that we are properly providing that training to ensure that those folks will be successful. And you can see here some of the various programs that we have, where it's both in-person training, access to online resources, and then ongoing dialogue with Bill, Alan, and other folks corporately.
Maybe just, one point on the training. I know, when we were here before, that was always a question, right? How much could I personally be here? What were we doing, from some of our training programs with the team? One of the great benefits that I'm receiving from being operating as a small company within a bigger company is in that smaller company, there are always, it's challenging. You're a small company and you're developing those resources and you're working on those things. I think we were ahead of most in what we were able to do with training, but to come into a larger organization where I have more formal training that's been built, the human resource team, the operating divisions teams, the food and beverage team, the golf teams, have so much more robust programs than what we were able to provide for at ICON that we could develop on our own, so to speak. So I do think that's or I would want to emphasize from what you saw from us before to what we have today to offer. That's a big step forward for us and for me personally, as one of the people that's overseeing the operation of our accounts and being proud of what we're delivering as we're doing that. So I just wanted to point that out.
Great. Thanks, Bill. In the interest of time, we're going to keep moving through the slide deck. I anticipate that there might be some questions that you have. And so what we did provide here as well is just some additional information as relates to some of the topics that were outlined in the RFP, specifically as it relates to employee recruitment and then employee benefits. So along with our corporate HR team, we are responsible for sourcing candidates and hiring folks, actively recruiting all the time. But with that, we certainly acknowledge and appreciate times there is a desire by the board to be involved in key management hires, which is anticipated would be the case. So we don't unilaterally place people in key leadership positions. If there is a decision to move in a different direction, ultimately the board has final say in that authority and to execute. There is also an expectation as it relates to folks who are here today that if they want to be here, we want them to be there as well with us. So at many times there can be a concern that with a change of management companies means that everyone is going to be changed out. That is not our expectation, but it requires obviously all parties to want to move forward together. If there are folks who do not want to move forward, it's our responsibility to find candidates and folks to fulfill those positions. But really, our intent is to embrace those folks who are here and those who are qualified to move forward with ICON and True. We touched on food and beverage, and again here, just wanted to highlight some of the high points as it relates to how we look at food and beverage, and I mentioned those themes of consistent service delivery and food quality, ensuring that we have sufficient training, and keep an eye on ultimately working backwards from what is the experience that you want to have. So we don't come in and say pre-prescribe certain costs of sales, because food and beverage is an amenity to this community. And so we want folks to come here, have a pleasant experience that's consistent and is driving value within the relation, within home ownership in Venetian River. So that's, kind of our holistic view on it. And we actively work with, the committees and the board to ensure that we're setting the right expectation, communicating that expectation to the residents, and then obviously delivering on a daily basis. Obviously encouraging feedback from the residents on an ongoing basis as well. We haven't talked a lot about the racket side of Venetian River, but wanted to just highlight, our experience as it relates to more than just golf, because as a company, Troon, I think is most well known for delivering outstanding golf experiences around the world. But as we've grown as a company, we've appreciated and recognized that, particularly here in Florida, the resident lifestyle is about golf. It's about fitness. It's about well-being and racket sports. And as I mentioned, pickleball is exploding. And so you can see here, we have over 1,600 courts under management globally, manage over 140 pool and aquatic centers, 100 plus fitness centers, and really the benefit to you all is that there's experience that we can bring to you as it relates to programming and different ideas and trends that we're seeing within other communities that we bring to your attention. Ideally for you to consider into integrating into the experience here at Venetian River. And so Cliff Drysdale, again, is an opportunity for the relationship with ICON to grow and do so within the Troon family. And the benefit is that we're all on the same team versus looking at scenarios where you have multiple vendors working. There's an opportunity with ICON and Troon to have a one-stop shop, if you will. And we provided several references as well per the request of the RFP for the board to reach out to. And I think at this point, we'll open it up for questions from the board. Thank you.
Questions?
Bill, I think one of the big questions is going to be, it didn't work, ICON and the Venetian didn't work a few years ago. If we bring you back, what will be different? What is it? I know one big difference is now you're part of Troon, which is huge, and I see that as a real positive.
Well, I think the relationship evolved. Before, you see a difference in price in this proposal from us than what we were doing before. That is reflective of what I believe the requirements are from a service perspective with the community needs. So I think you're going to see, from that increased resources, increased engagement, because we are at a price point where we can provide those. And I don't want to go backwards too much, but
No, I don't either.
for context, when we first started doing this, it was built on a certain model that we had a somewhat self-sustaining general manager. A lot of the contract was built on accounting. And as that changed, some expectations changed. So we're prepared to deliver at that level. That's what I would tell you should be the expectation.
Bill, as it relates to racket sports, now, you know that we have some very demanding and discriminating players here.
Yeah.
How will Cliff Drysdale's system or program enhance the experience for our tennis residents or racket sports residents?
So Cliff Drysdale is a resource that we have. It's not specifically included in the proposal that you have as full engagement with Drysdale. However, what I will say is, Nate Griffin, who is from ICON side, our director of racket sports, was involved here before. Your director of tennis that was here, had been here, long before we got here with vision, and continued, had been here for a long time. All programming is difficult, from the challenge to satisfy different types of players, different groups of players, what different people are looking for, and sometimes a change is necessary. I think you've experienced that change in personnel. I think we would want to identify is the leadership of the tennis now the right fit, which would come from feedback from players and owners, and competency of the job, and we try to make it best. I know Greg wants to make some comments on Drysdale here.
So, Mr. Booker, as it relates to Cliff Drysdale tennis, as Bill mentioned, Cliff Drysdale tennis is not, we didn't propose within this proposal that Cliff Drysdale has full responsibility for managing the tennis program, because we don't know what your level of satisfaction is with it currently. So what we would envision is, as part of our transition, we would do a comprehensive assessment of the racket sports. That would be executed by Cliff Drysdale, our Cliff Drysdale team. And from that, there would be a assessment back to the board as it relates to the program as it stands today. That would also include feedback from the tennis players as it relates to their view of what the tennis offering is today. And we take that information and we come back to the board with a recommendation of how we believe the tennis and racket program can best move forward. Regardless of whether or not Cliff Drysdale is engaged to have full responsibility for the tennis operation, there will still be the opportunity and the benefit of the group leaning on and leveraging some of that expertise and recommendations of here are different concepts you should consider. If there is a need to source a new tennis professional or additional tennis professionals, particularly in season, Bill's gonna have the ability to reach out to his colleagues on the Cliff Drysdale side to quickly ask if, are you aware of some professionals who are interested in coming down to Southwest Florida in season, whether it be from the Northeast or from some of the other locations where Cliff Drysdale provides management services. So it's one of those things that I think goes back to the first question about what would be different, is that it's no longer, for lack of a better term, the Bill Bauer show. Bill is pulling on a much broader group of folks, and it's incumbent on him to utilize those resources that are all available to him. I think we can definitely help on that side if there is the need, but we don't come in and say, this is how we're going to change the leagues and this is what should happen. Particularly if there's satisfaction with the current tennis racket program, and it's okay if there's not. We're here to help try and make it a program that is engaging, has activity, and is meeting the expectations of the players.
But you have a whole page listed under Drysdale, Cliff Drysdale. So you're telling me this was just cushion or something you put in here? I just don't understand if he will be, his company or that philosophy would be an integral part of our tennis program here. So it's extra.
You're proposing that as an option. Right?
Yes, so.
Well, it doesn't say it here.
Well, let's take that option for a second. Everything has a dollar cost.
Yeah.
So if we were to go with that, what are we talking about in money?
So approximately, it's the way we set up in two different ways. One of which is where there's a small management fee on a monthly basis, that'd be in the $4,000 a month range. And the other component of it is where if we migrate to Cliff Drysdale, there is responsibility for providing all the programming. We employ the associates that carry the payroll burden, and there's a cost share. I think it's in the high 90s of costs that Troon keeps, or Cliff Drysdale, and the community or the client keeps 5 to 10%.
The fee that you show for food and beverage at $743,375, does that include your 24% burden rate? Or is that in addition to the $743?
I'm not sure where the 743 comes
That's
from.
not their numbers.
I thought doesn't it come to that when you add them up?
No.
They didn't provide any detail. That's somebody else's.
Okay, maybe I.
Assertion.
And Judge Booker, again, just for clarity, what Greg is saying is on the Drysdale side, I have the availability to call on those resources. What we didn't propose was Cliff Drysdale as their as that piece of it, taking over and fully operating your tennis operation, which would look a little different, right? It's a different conversation.
Do you have any tennis, like 6-court tennis play situations where you don't have a pro and it's just maintenance? And have somebody who administer, make sure that There's timing and everything. There's courts, but
So,
no professional. Is that an option, I guess, is what I'm asking?
of course, it's an option. It's an amenity. So like all other amenities, it's really just a function of what the community and what the supervisors feel is appropriate for the amenity level. What does the community expect? When you have league play and things like that, it's sometimes difficult to do without a pro because often the pro is organizing the teams, organizing and conducting the clinics. Because of the scope of your amenities, I think the tennis program is a pretty big part of what you have here. Because the golf is separate on its own, and when you just look at this, tennis is a big part of your amenity package. So, it can certainly be done on an outsourced maintenance basis. The program would look very different.
So I think we would work through that process with you to say, look, here are the different paths as it relates to how we can, deliver tennis to the residents and make our recommendations to them.
What do you see as transition time to take over? What do you need?
Well, I mean, we're unique in that we've got, more experience with the community. A lot of it would depend on what does the transition look like from the staffing standpoint. So as Greg said, there will be some staff that may need to transition out. So depending on how it's structured, if the general manager is a key position, right? But typically, most of the staff when we do these stays. Service staff stays, administrative frontline staff stay. We would evaluate them, and in those cases, we can transition pretty quickly. I mean, 30 days would be sufficient for us to be prepared to get going.
I would say in many of our engagements where we're transitioning, it's that kind of sometimes 30 to 90 days, recognizing there is a negotiation of the agreement, but once we're at a position that we've agreed as more or less in principle that we're moving forward, our transition team and internal resources are beginning to ramp up and prepare for that transition. And if we need to pull it forward and accelerate, and I think we're uniquely qualified from a resource standpoint to do so. And we work backwards. We have a transition team that begins to kind of plan. Here are the key elements as it relates to bank accounts, permits, medical benefits, doing the analysis, setting up time to meet with the associates to have a kind of what we call a white glove transition process with the associates to discuss. There are 3 questions that are going to be asked. Do I still have a job? Yes or no? What is my pay? And what is my benefit offering? And so within that 30 days, we're doing an analysis of what the current offering is, ensuring that we can have those answers when we meet with the staff as part of that transition.
What's our share of the medical costs?
So we have 3 different rates structures. So I'm not in a position to answer that question until we get a better understanding of what your current structure is. But the way our program is set up, we have what's called the premium of $1,000 a month, the medical premium. There are A, B, and C rates that split that burden, more favorable to the club, more down the middle, one more favorable to the employee. And so it varies on every situation. And the current plans that you have, we have 4 plans that we offer our employees.
Could you, based on Sarasota National, could you give us an idea of what the costs are there?
So again, it's similar. I mean, it's a pass-through cost.
Yes, I understand.
Right? So, and what I would tell you is, we're going to be transitioning our team, the Icon team will be transitioning probably at the first of the year onto the Troon platform. So we're separate right now. But on the Icon side, from a benefit perspective, now we maintain a separate benefit group here for the employees, and so I don't know if that's changed when the change happened, is how that's structured, but on the Icon side, Icon is set up 80% for the salaried employee individual is paid by the employer, 60% for line staff, so non-salaried staff that are full-time. You pay 60% of the premium. And I think the individual, and we have multiple plans also, so, depending on what that costs, a lot of them are in the range of, for the employer is paying $500 to $600 per employee per month.
That's kind of the number I was looking for. So that using 600, using 16 full-time employees, we're talking about another 112, 115,000 on top of this. On top of the number of what is going to be.
Right.
Okay.
So is the health insurance included in the burden rates?
So in the burden rates, again, and those were to answer the question, right? Without giving all kinds of, well, there's 4 different plan options and so there could be some slight variation, but yes, the average burden rate for a non-full-time, non-benefit eligible employee is 19%. And the burden rate, so that's the percentage on top of the wages for full-time staff, those with benefits, is 24% on average.
So that $500 to $600 per employee per month is kind of factored into that?
Yes.
Bill, I have a completely different avenue I wanted to go down, the general manager position.
Yes.
I think it's pretty common knowledge, we've struggled with getting somebody in that spot. Can you speak about that? And more importantly, can you speak about longevity for somebody in that spot?
So it's a tough labor market. It hasn't, that hasn't always been the case. You're at a unique size, right? You're not we don't have golf as part of this, right? As a lot of your competitors, when we talk about a general manager, in a lot of those cases, the operation, certainly from a total revenue and total scope of job perspective, would be larger than this position. And that would also carry a higher compensation than this position, right? So one of the challenges here has been, at least in my opinion, has been that the compensation and the job structure really puts you at kind of a entry level, a lot of times a first-time general manager. Certainly want to have someone with F&B experience, because that is the biggest amenity here. We don't have golf involved. We don't have a lot of other community elements, the community landscaping and all those other things. So we want a club person. So it's difficult to find those people. There's no question, to get someone with a lot of experience and a known entity, a known superstar, in at, the level, we're probably bringing them in here. From a longevity standpoint, my experience in clubs is general managers are good for about 5 years. And they're looking, or the community is looking. I've given all my good stuff, and you're never going to be perfect. So there's going to be mistakes and relationships that happen that, you're not going to be perfect with everyone. So it is by nature a position that has, unfortunately, at 5 to 7 years, I say a relatively high turnover rate. And 5 years is a pretty long time for a general manager to make it at a club a lot of times. So,
I would add to that now with Icon being a part of Troon, there is, I think, a little more stickiness to those candidates, seeing that opportunity, as I mentioned before, of joining the industry leader in club management. And so it can attract a different type of candidate who, even if there is, on the lower end, a 5-year turnover or kind of expectation of that manager, we're privileged to be in the position that we are in the industry, where we attract industry-leading talent who want to be a part of TRIP. And that can be a part of being here at Venetian River by way of Icon. And so turnover is inevitable, and I don't think we represent that we have the same people here in perpetuity. You as a board and residents probably wouldn't want that, as Bill mentioned, because it's good and it's helpful to have fresh eyes. I think what we have seen is that by engaging a group like Icon and Troon, you have that consistency as it relates to the corporate support and knowledge of the operation, visibility into trends in other communities and what's happening, and our ability to best position a candidate who fits what is needed here to be successful. And whether that is compensation, years of experience, proximity to family, it's a lot of different variables. And part of our transition process, and we touched on this briefly, is to make sure we have a clear understanding of what that ideal candidate looks like, what their qualifications are, and then find those qualified candidates to present to the board.
Supervisors, do you have any other questions?
Just to expand on that very quickly, that's a great point that Greg makes, and I'm still learning, right? I'm still figuring out, as the mind expands, from an Icon standpoint, and less from a vision standpoint. When someone came in here as a general manager, especially if it's a first-time candidate, where do I go from here? And sometimes it's tough to get the person to make the leap, because it's a very nice place, and it's a good place to be, but where do I go from here? My best candidates, what's my next step from here? On the Troon side, I have a lot more ammunition to say to both the supervisors and the candidate, I want to bring in the best candidate. If I have them for 3 or 4 years and they're really good, and we have another opportunity in Troon that they get to move to, both the community and Icon has benefited from having a superstar in place. And the more I can fill that pipeline, because now I have more opportunities that come open within this larger organization, then I think that's a huge benefit.
Bill, I think whether you realize it or not, you said something very profound. We think we're bigger than we are. And in talking to other clubs and some of the references that were included in all these packages, plus other folks I know, we're relatively small. And yet I think we have very high expectations, and that's problematic. Have you had the opportunity to see our preliminary 22-23 budget?
No.
Okay, so you don't know the scope that you're working with?
Not entirely. No.
The reason I bring it up is because I had a pretty long conversation with one of your references, who was actually one of the companies you lost, but he was a supporter.
Yep.
But he said a lot of things that struck home. This was Venetian National Golf.
Mm-hmm.
Is that one that Icon was directly related with?
Icon was related with Bonita, and Troon is still engaged with Bonita, yes.
So it was interesting. He commented that they worked on a very thin budget. And as a result, they went through, during this period from, I forget the years, 19 to 22, they went through 3 golf pros, 2 general managers, 3 tennis pros. They thought there was a pretty solid team in food and beverage, but they were constantly fighting this thin budget. And I think we kind of do the same. So that concerns me. From your, and maybe this is a better question for Alan, but in your experience, what do you think is a reasonable subsidy level for food and beverage? either as a
So-
revenue or?
Yeah, so, I mean, you can look at it as a per member, right? What does each member have to contribute to the subsidy for food and beverage? What's the total number? The total number is misleading because, and all of the numbers are somewhat misleading because when you compare community to community, some of them may have multiple food and beverage outlets. Some of them may have an expectation that there's an outlet that's open for dinner. Some of them have an expectation that we're open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner. Others don't. So that number varies. What I will tell you is that number varies based on the owners and the board's commitment to lifestyle and how important is that amenity. It is difficult to operate somewhat as we've done here in the past, being open limited days a week. That makes staffing more challenging, right? How much are we open? We're only open 3 nights a week for dinner, and we're open 5 days for lunch. It's a challenge here because even when you're open, sometimes you're dealing with all these meetings and things that occupy this space. You're using it for a lot of things that aren't just dining, and so we're calling on staff to move stuff around, and you don't necessarily see that in the financials, but that's a big part of that subsidy that you're paying. You're paying subsidy in food and beverage because that's where all the salaries are coming from, just resetting this room to do things like
Well, I
this.
understand, I would expect
Yeah, so-
zero,
but-
I guess the question is, what's typical either of a place our size, and you've been here for a number of years?
Yeah, so, a typical commitment would be in the range of $500 to $600 per member, per full member equivalent, if that's the part of their dues to subsidize food and beverage.
So over 1,377 doors?
Yep.
500 times that.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. So we might as well close our doors.
Well, it's an amenity, right? It is strictly
It
an
is.
amenity. When you're dealing with, if you went to someone with a business plan and said, okay, here's our business plan. We want to open this really nice restaurant in
I understand.
this gated community. We're not going to let other people
We
come
gotta
in.
go on to other questions, but
Yeah.
I understand. But I'd like to throw it to Alan
Yeah.
for a second. For a community of our size, what might an expectation be? If it's that high, then it's really problematic, and we don't have that now.
I'm going to disagree with the word problematic. I think the expectation is always high regardless of the size of the club. What I've noticed in traveling from club to club in 3 states, the quality of our food and beverage is very, very good. It really is. It's different based on each club. Some clubs want high-end French cuisine. Some clubs want California-style cooking. Some clubs want sushi. It just all depends on the club and what you folks want. It's the menus, kitchen design, it's very indigenous to what the residents want for the community. It's never the same at any one club. But I can say with 100% certainty that our quality of food and beverage and the way we operate our restaurants is pretty much the best around.
Do you know what it is at Sarasota National?
Well, Alan wouldn't necessarily have again, this is directly correlated to how much you're open. In almost any club food and beverage operation, every minute you're open, you're operating at a loss. Because there's a lot of things like this that happen. You're doing all these events and you're doing all these things that are non-revenue producing, but are costing money. So the more you're open, and you have a very limited schedule that you're open right now, that's how you're really controlling what that loss is. When I tell you it's $500 other places, that's what it is on average, but they're open more.
Yeah, I go back to kind of speaking a little more to the process, because as Bill mentioned, we do not know the ins and outs of your current budget and what those expectations are. But the way we approach food and beverage, and within Truman we're over about 130 private clubs, almost half of which are member-owned private clubs, in which some are, not necessarily a private club that is smaller, that's not integrated within the community. So it probably has economics a little bit more closer to Venetian River. It all has to start with, what do you want food and beverage to be? And that is, we define food and beverage based on input from the board, from the committee, house committees, and from the residents or members. And we come to agreement on what we want it to be, both from an offering, hours of operation, quality, and pricing. And we work backwards from that to build a budget that says, this is how we deliver that experience for you. And you have a higher degree of confidence in that being achieved because we're doing it at hundreds of locations around the world. So we're very intentional and not trying to, and I don't want to come off as us trying to be dodgy and not commit to a number, but that's a dangerous path to walk, because if we start to say it can't go over $200 per member, well, it doesn't matter what it is to anyone if it's not what people want. So we got to start with, what are we trying to actually achieve? And then we scale it back and work with you to say, okay, this is, we're going to have a subsidy. It's going to be about 15%, if you kind of look at a department, right? I mean, we have clubs that spend 100% of their revenue in labor alone. And they're losing millions of dollars in food and beverage, but that's a choice of the club. They want very specific things. They want the best Sunday brunch possible for $20. They want to have people waiting on you, multiple people waiting on you at every service. We're doing thousands of covers, a week. That is the direction and desire of that community. And, the dues of the club and the community pay for that. So it's a difficult process to work through and educate both the community, then the residents and the board, who is ever changing, on what are we trying to be in food and beverage? And we all come to agreement on that, and then we work backwards. And if we have to flex back because there is a less of a desire to have that high of a subsidy, then we'll scale that back for you. And the board and the house committee and folks will be educated on this is how and what we're changing and why. And so communication is paramount in all this.
Supervisors, we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to wrap this up. We have another company that we wanna, unless anybody has a specific question you wanna get to, we're gonna really have to move on. Good?
Yeah, okay.
Well, if you have a question, Ken.
Well, I wanted to talk a little about performance measures. In the RFP, there were specific indicators that we would be looking to measure and set goals against. I don't know how, I didn't see that necessarily addressed here.
Well, performance measures, are difficult in subjective performance. Some of it's subjective as to what is the satisfaction, right? But we would like to see, annual surveys that reflect what is the satisfaction in tennis and in the aquatics and in the dining experience. We would want certainly and would expect there to be measurements against financial performance. How are we performing?
We had specific things identified in the RFP.
Okay, and if somehow we didn't address that, I'm not sure what the specifics were that you're looking for me to fill in. I'm not looking at it.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So that's fine. They were there. I guess I don't necessarily have any other specific questions. I'm just concerned about how you would operate within our budget. And the comments I heard related to Venetian National, I don't know if you want to talk about that anymore, but they were.
Well, I would say, how would we work in your budget? I think, when I showed our history, we worked within your budget every year we were here. We are going to work within your budget. As Greg said, it has to be collaboration for us to tell you what are the limitations that can be accomplished in that budget. And sometimes there's conflict. Sometimes there's a desire from the residents to be open more often. And we can tell you, this is the feedback. You may be getting the same feedback. And we have to tell you, we can't do that. Because if we go there, we're going to be behind. one of the things that I'm very proud of what we did, in increasing the revenue 58% from 16 to 19 when we started, is we did that without increasing the food and beverage subsidy. And as we grew the business, we grew the hours of operation. We significantly grew the hours of operation from the time we started to the time where we hit COVID. And that's how do we work to the budget? We are going to perform to the budget. There's not a question in my mind that we won't do that. We've proven that we could do that. But at the point in time where we have to engage is in those conversations when you're getting a lot of feedback, the community wants something different. We have to guide you to say, we can't do that without additional cost.
Here's how you get that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
In the Venetian National case, I would say that was the issue. We delivered a budget. The community wanted more. What you heard from that board member is we didn't have enough money to do what the residents wanted, to deliver what they wanted. Icon operated within budget, but.
They weren't willing to spend the money.
Right.
For what they thought they wanted.
Exactly.
Bill, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Your team for coming today, very informative, and we appreciate
Thank you.
everything that you.
Would you like us to stick around in case you have questions at the
Thank
end?
you.
Well, I mean, we won't be in the room, but I'm just asking, if you have questions after you've heard from everyone, is there value in that? If there's not,
Rosetta and Company. Michael, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, board. Thank you for giving Rosetta the asset management services proposal. We at Rosetta, Sterling Spoon, and Tennis Connection have spent a considerable amount of time and effort in putting this proposal together. We truly believe the way this proposal is constructed, it offers the best opportunity for the River Club's overall successful operation. As you know, Rosetta and Company is a professional community management and consulting firm with over 35 years in the industry. We take pride on the experience and dedication our staff has. When you engage Rosetta, you have a combined group with hundreds of years of experience at your service. At Rosetta and Company Amenity Services, we focus on relationship management, not just contracts. While working on behalf of our boards to implement and oversee policies, enhancements, and enforcement, we understand resident expectations and work to manage and exceed those expectations. How do we exceed resident expectations? By having the best trained managers in the business. All our managers undergo a thorough 2-week training process beginning in a regional office with a division manager. Dedicated training managers oversee the new leaders' progression with multiple progress testing and route advancement in multiple training stages. Once training has completed, a final certification test is administered by division leadership and must be passed before the candidate can be allowed to move into a clubhouse manager's role. Also, we provide metrics, whether finances, property conditions, or division leadership presence on the site. We measure everything and make it available to our boards. We at Rosetta focus on accountability. Now, beginning in 2022, we implemented a grueling 160-point based inspection to critique our managers' performance. This inspection sets the standard for our managers against which they are consistently critiqued. All aspects of their responsibilities are measured. Conditions of the facilities, physical management, file retention, human resources, policies, procedures, compliance, and even communication with their respective board members. Once our team leaders have our team of division leaders have one responsibility: support our managers. All communities are visited and inspected multiple times each month by one of the upper level team leaders. This not only ensures we are consistently involved with our communities, but that our leaders have the support they need. These visits are tracked and benchmarked with inspection documents retained. While we know our managers are available to our board members, so is the leadership team. As a standard for division leadership, we are actively participating in communication with each board member to ensure that we remain available to them. Each month, leadership engages different board members in our communities and invites them to meet them one-on-one for discussions and discuss expectations on how our team is performing. You always have our attention. The Amenity Service Division leadership has over 50 years of combined customer service experience, with the majority of that in clubhouse management. Our division leadership team knows what it takes to be successful in the community, from accounting to vendor management, amenity services managers, all relationships, knowing we have best experience, knowledge, support, and expertise Rosetta has to offer. We at Rosetta are more than just a team of amenity managers and amenity service professionals. We're family. I think about the team we have here for this presentation and the others that assisted in building this proposal. They are more than just colleagues or managers. They're literally family. And it's a fabulous family that I'm proud to be a part of. The Venetian River Club is more than just an amenity center and a restaurant. It's your home. We will treat this home like our own. That means your family. And you already know the Rosetta family. That's Belinda, that's Keith, that's Kathy, that's me. We want the best for the River Club, the best for your home. That's why we have integrated Sterling Spoon and a tennis connection into our proposal. We believe the best chance for the River Club to be successful is to have a professional restaurant company run and operate your restaurant and have a professional tennis company run and operate your tennis program. Could Rosetta do it alone? Yeah. But we want the best for the River Club. Now I'm going to turn it over to our partners here, Sterling Spoon, who will provide professional culinary management for the River Club, and the Tennis Connection, who will provide customized professional management for your tennis program and your tennis facility.
Thank you, Mike. Board, members, guests, I just appreciate the opportunity for letting Sterling Culinary Spoon provide you this presentation today. I am Doug Grimley. I am a chef, general manager, and soon-to-be market partner for Florida. So I want to kind of take this opportunity to really tell you a little bit about what we do. And it's a short presentation by John Metz, who is our CEO, executive chef, and president of Sterling Culinary.
A game changer is rising in the corporate cafe arena. Wave and say goodbye to canned soups and pre-made sandwiches. And say hello to Sterling Culinary Management.
Probably put the microphone near the
John
speaker.
Metz. Sterling Culinary Management is an incredible on-site food service provider. We really focus on giving the fresh quality food, restaurant level food, in a corporate cafe environment. I've been in the food service business my entire life. I actually started this company 22 years ago, and we wanted to take it to a chef-driven, completely fresh environment, creating great quality for everyone's employees, giving them a value, as well as something that is personalized for them. Now it's about bringing a restaurant-level experience into that environment. There's no other company in the contract food service arena that owns and operates restaurants.
Offering. Sorry about that. So let's see if I can get that going real quick. I'm so sorry about that. All right. Sorry about that, technical difficulties. So a little bit about, do you mind if everybody can hear me without a mic?
You should use the mic.
Use the mic? Absolutely, no problem. So we are not a catering company. We are not a fly-by-night company. We have, once again, just like Mike said, we have years and years of experience in restaurants, cafes, bistros, cafeterias, and very similar expectations as here. We just acquired and built a contract with GL Homes, where we opened our first location here at Valencia del Sol in Waimama. So we have another property opening here in a month in Valencia Grove out in Port St. Lucie. So we're very familiar with what the residents are looking for. We're very familiar with engaging with the residents, knowing how important that is to the success of the restaurant, the amenities for the clubhouse. Restaurants aren't just our business, our way of life. So whatever we can do for the residents, the board, anybody here, we're here to entertain you, and we're here to provide any amenity that is possible that we can engage with you, make you want to come here. This is your second home. So we take pride in, as far as our chef-driven menus, our staff, to provide any kind of engagement as far as that as well. But as far as I can tell you that literally I've been with the company for 4 years. I'm retired military. Our attention to details is spectacular. So we are doing whatever we can to sway the market. Obviously, everybody knows there's an opportunity right now with everybody still trying to deal with the hospitality effects of COVID. We have stepped up to the plate. We've done everything safe, as well as keeping our employees, our guests safe as possible. But I can tell you, we also are taking care of our people, our employees. So that's one thing that it's a little hard right now, is to make sure we have good employees. So we personally train everybody, make sure they have all the resources and tools to be successful, because without them, we can't be successful. So other than that, we'll probably have questions afterwards, and we'll turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dave Freeman. I am appreciate the board to present today to the board, both my company and the ability to manage here. Your place is very lovely. Been here twice. This is the third time, and excited about that. I have just a very short video. I think he's getting ready to pull it up, and then a few other things about the company. So we'll just play this less than 2 minutes. Gives a little overview of some of the things my company's done, and then I'll summarize and finish up with a few other items.
Okay.
All right, so much for that. It was only 2 minutes, but I guess it wanted to be short. Let me grab that microphone here. So, again, thank you, board, for the ability to present here. We're real excited. After coming down for the first visit, I went and spoke with my team. I have a really good team that works with the company, and they all were very excited about presenting and potentially managing the club. To tell you a little bit about the Tennis Connection, myself started with me. I moved back into the Tampa Bay area and started looking at a lot of CDD HOA communities were popping up, typically with 4 hard courts, sometimes clay courts. Amenities were everywhere, but there was nobody on the courts. There was no programming. Occasionally there'd be a pro, everyone maybe doing some private lessons. So I decided to dig in. I started learning, working with that group, the board of supervisors, all the unique things working with CDD boards. So a lot of my niche that I've done for the last 30 years has been in communities similar to this. This is a CDD, correct? This is not a tennis club, but people can become members if I'm correct. Is that correct?
Everybody who lives here in the.
Right, it's a CDD. Is it an HOA? CDD. It's a CDD, right. So, and that's what I'm familiar with most of the time. It's everybody lives here. It's an automatic member. But I tried to run it like clubs. I developed programming like clubs. My goal was to get as many people from that community onto the courts. You can do that a variety of ways. You've got to have some exciting, some talented coaches. You've got to have some great programming. Plus, you've got to get the courts in great shape and keep them in great shape. These are some basic things that I found out through the years that people ask about. Of course, you do want to ask people specifically, what are they looking for, specific times and things like that. So I've been in this industry for a while. And so again, I wanted to go over just 4 quick things that I feel like my company can bring to the table. And these are 4 people, myself included, that have really, they're experts in what they do. Let's start with, I feel like one of the areas, marketing, communications, and customer service is very important. My administrative manager, Amanda Weinmiller, she has, in a 2-year period, she's only been with our company, she's created systems that we could manage larger volumes of business. She's helped create, we have software that's unique that communicates with people so they understand what programs are going on, what if they want to register, make payment, things like that. It's all very simplified. In a 2-year period, she helped our company grow, doubled in the amount of revenue and in the amount of customers we were handling. Quality instruction and teaching professionals, that's number 2. 3.5 years ago, I brought in a coach from England, Andrew Toe. He was coach of the year in the UK. I had to actually sponsor him on a visa. I'd never done that before, but it was the greatest investment. He wanted to get to the US. We've hit it off, and he's been a huge part of the company as far as training coaches, working with coaches. They do things a little bit differently over on the pond, as he would say. And but he's been very instrumental in working with coaches, helping them develop, and helping with curriculum that we would run at particular clubs. Events, activities, and programming, that's number 3 that I think is very important for a vital, and again, I do know there's 11 league teams here, so I see a lot of active play. Didn't see a lot of instruction, but again, activities, events, and programming, that's my expertise. I've been doing that with just specialty clinics, tournaments, doubles mixers, things like that. Anybody watch the tennis tournament that just finished yesterday? You know where that was at? Very good, Wimbledon. In December, we actually had a 2012 Wimbledon doubles winner at a specialty clinic that we sponsored. This was over in the Tampa area. And that was Johnny Mare. He's one of our, we call our international team, where we bring people over every year just to kind of liven it up. You know, residents, members, everybody loves having to play with a Wimbledon champion, so they offer some really good things. Also in 2020, I was nominated and won the 2020 Industry Excellence Award for Florida. That's USPTA, the Tennis Coaches Association. And then lastly, court maintenance is very key. Our maintenance supervisor, Diane Halstead, has worked in the industry for 20 years, building courts from brand new, refurbishing, laser grading. She's responsible for anything tennis. She helps us train our people that work at the clubs so that they have a schedule. They know what to do, not just brushing and raking. There's a lot of other things, setting the watering schedule. She'll evaluate the courts. And just wherever the need is, when I was here, gosh, I think the second time, I did measure, the clay was a little bit low on a couple of courts by maybe 10 or 15 tons, which is, a court holds 40 tons. And what happens with that? Well, the pitch is not quite there. Could be water problems or little bird bass on the court that prevent courts from being active, more downtime. So why the tennis connection? You're not getting one person, myself, you're getting all my team will have eyes. We're maybe 60 minutes away, and we will all have eyes. My maintenance will have eyes on my instructor, coach instructor will help out. I'll help out with events, and I'll be here probably a lot of the time. And then my admin manager, Amanda, will be very involved in setting up a schedule and helping the software to where people can get communication and things like that. And then I'll be available for questions and answers afterwards. All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my closing. Apologize. So you're not getting, we have an experienced and talented team, ready and willing to share their knowledge and train staff and to meet and exceed the unique needs of your tennis community. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Very good, thank you, Doug, appreciate it. All right, just let me give you a quick overview of what Rosetta will provide in this contract. Expert general management and oversight of the contract within the agreed scope of service. These responsibilities include, but not limited to, duties associated with managing the personnel, hiring, training, oversight, and evaluation. As a side note, all Rosetta full-time staff receive full benefits, which include health, dental, and vision. Also, we provide club amenity programs and offerings that meet or exceed resident expectations, with the initial and immediate focus on dining. We will ensure the district amenity offerings provide residents and guests with programs and activities that best suit the community's needs and desires. We will also supervise and maintain complete books and records, including, without limitation, the books of account and accounting procedures of the club facilities, which shall be available to the district. Now, there's a lot more in our proposal, but due to time constraints, we'll end it there. But before I turn it over for questions, earlier I mentioned that working for Rosetta is like working with a family. And I'd like to have one of our current clubhouse managers share her thoughts on the Rosetta family.
Good morning, board, residents. Well, I don't have anything to show or even to read. I'm just going to talk from experience. I've been with Rosetta for the last 7 years. And before that, I work with Marriott. And before Marriott, I worked for Boston College. So all my life, I work as a customer service. And as you know, customer service is not something that you trained people to have. Customer service is something that you already possess. Then you have the company that can mold you to work and adapt to the facility or to the company that you're working with. And that's what Rosetta does. Rosetta, we have employees that they come in with the experience in the customer service, but what we do, we mold them to fit each community where they're gonna be working with, and so they can provide what the resident, the board expect of them. I myself love what I do. It's hard to get up in the morning for you to say, I cannot wait to go to work. But I go to work because I meet with residents. I am not the kind of person that likes to just sit in the office and wait for somebody to come to me. And that's what we train our employees, our managers. You have to have a relationship with your residents. You have to find out what is it that you can do to make it better for them. You have to go around and see what's going on around you. You need to check where you work to make it part of your life. Then when you go home, you can wait to come back, because each day working with the residents and it's their home, you want to do something different. You don't want to come, it's the same thing over and over and over. And the first thing that you learn to do is adapt to each individual personality so you can understand them. And that's what we do. That's what I train my managers to come, especially each community have teenagers that most of us, we know that drive us crazy. But a lot of times teenager is going through some issues. You need to sit down with them. You need to kind of lower yourself to the way they think for you to understand them. That's what we do. I had the most difficult community that I worked that none of the manager wanted to work there. But again, the way Rosetta trained, the way we trained the manager, we want not only the adults, but also the teenagers, the kids, to feel like they belong and they feel comfortable to be there. And that's what we wanted to do. And thank you for the opportunity for me to put it there. By the way, you guys have one of the most beautiful facility. It really made me feel like being in Italy, and thank you for having us.
Thank you. That was beautiful, Linda. Thank you so much. Well, that concludes our presentation, so we're available for questions.
Okay, I have a question for Dave. Okay, very impressed with Tennis Connections. Have you had the opportunity to examine our courts? And
Just briefly, I did measure the clay the last time I was here, but are you having issues with them? Or,
well, it seems like every week.
I mean, without being here, without seeing the
Okay,
daily, without
but-
seeing the watering and after the big rain and things like that.
The slipping and falling and all that our residents have complained with. But more importantly, what type of program could you implement here to enhance the tennis or racquetball experience here at the Venetian?
Sure, and I do understand there's going to be an additional 3 or 4 pickleball courts that are in the process?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly, okay.
We'll know after September 27th.
As far as programs, I mean, we've done everything. You know, the thing about communities is I like to get input from the community. I can get a good idea on what type of play. Are they looking for more play programs? Do they just like playing with people? Do they like instruction? Do they like mixers? I'm not sure the food and beverage out on the court, but a lot of times we'll do, you know, little socials, things like that, where there would be some involved, especially if you're buying stuff from the restaurant. Could be junior programs, could be really anything. So to ask me which ones, we have the ability and can implement any type of program.
Okay, there's been a policy here that instruction occurs after certain hours here, after 11 o'clock. Is that norm in this industry or in this area, that instruction is restricted to hours after 11?
When you say is that normal, I think every community is different. I've never been around a community where we didn't have lots of, again, most of it resident-based clinics and lessons and things like that. My one coach, I didn't talk to him about him too much, but from England, I mean, these guys, we try to create a, where people want to come to class, where they word of mouth. A lot of our referrals, word of mouth, but it's normally there's usually residents want the lessons, but so my guess is they either don't want the lessons, they're not asking for it. But everywhere I've been, we've always outgrown what we've done just because we try to put a good product out there. So I would recommend at least one court, a few mornings a week or something. Well, the one thing about getting the right coaches and the right people out there, they have to be able to make money. So I'm guessing, I don't know if the restaurant is able to bring in outside people, or do they have to actually live here to come to the restaurant?
They don't live here.
Well, you can buy
Not
a
open to
membership.
the public.
You can buy a membership.
You can bring a guest, and that's all I would just say, the more friendly you make it, so that a quality kind of instructor, which is what I would be trying to get, then the better, I think the happier the people will be. And you're not really giving up. It is it's a back and forth give and take. But I do see a lot of people out there today. So I do know there's a lot of people that like to play. But again, a lot of it is just providing and presenting some different type of programs.
Now, pickleball, we anticipate, hopefully, we'll have pickleball here. Do you handle that program as well?
We do. We have a couple of our coaches are getting, myself included, certified pickleball. And it's a natural thing where tennis pros get into pickleball and start coaching, running events, tournaments, things like that. So yes.
So Dave?
Yes.
Help me appreciate what exactly would we be getting for the $80,000 fee?
That wasn't going to be my question.
Sure.
Sorry.
Well, as I had mentioned, you're getting not one, you're getting 4 people that will have eyes and part of this project. There's also a dedicated maintenance staff person that's part of that 80, which I did put in there. I did not, just from talking to some of the I could not determine if there was a dedicated tennis maintenance person. Is there one that you could tell me, or is it just the tennis pro? And a lot of tennis pros, and did you say no?
Well,
Or
Pretty much no.
yes, he shares the responsibility for the pool as well.
the tennis pro?
No, the maintenance.
The maintenance, okay. And I find a lot of that happening in CDDs where they have a maintenance person, but they're not necessarily a tennis clay court maintenance person. Because there's hydrogrid, hydrocourt, which is subsurface, and then there's above ground. And what happens is tennis becomes the last thing. So they're not trained, they don't know what to do. They can't do the daily things that you need to do to keep your courts in great shape so they don't grow algae, so they have enough clay. Everywhere I go where there's a maintenance person, they are not giving the tennis courts enough time and attention. We would. So part of that 80, I estimate about 15 grand would be a dedicated person that I would train, that Diane, my maintenance supervisor, would train, and they would be on a regular schedule. Now, there may be some other things that need to happen here. We would propose and tell you what needs to be done. And we can certainly put it out to bid. Diane has her own company and she probably can do it a little bit better pricing wise, but expert wise, she's one of the best in the business. So yeah, that would include that.
Does that 80 include the pro salary? Or
It
is that-
does.
It does include the pro salary?
Yes.
So you're providing the staff.
Yes, well, the pro, like, and I know there's a current pro here, Paul, right? And he was telling me there's another assistant. That's where, so I've talked to him, haven't talked to the assistant, and we wouldn't be trying to get rid of anybody. We would try to work with them, enhance them, see what the lay of the land is here, and try to improve on the things that are already going well. And if there's areas of concern, like I heard from some other people, whether it's the court or programming, we would try to address those concerns too.
I have a question along those lines. I think I'm fairly factual that about 20% of our residents play tennis here. About. With that kind of volume, is it necessary to have a full-time tennis pro? Could we have less than full-time?
Well,
My colleague is telling me it's less than 20%, but it's in that, we're in that ballpark.
So
More like 10 less. He's right.
All right.
So-
again, it's
250 out of 2,600
All right.
residents,
All right, so
10%.
yeah, and that's,
I'd agree to 10.
all right.
that's kind of usual, you know, not everybody plays tennis. But again, a lot of it is, so to answer your question was, do you need a full-time?
Could we be 50% or 70%?
Well, let me ask you this, are you saying that, what's your concern?
Well, it seems to me with the volume of people that are using it, and I was generous at 20%,
Mhm.
my colleagues are saying 10%.
Right.
Does that require a full-time pro?
Well, I don't know how busy, I don't know how busy the courts are in the afternoon. So I never got any information. They're not, okay. So what I would say, they're not?
They're not.
Yeah. So the thing to realize too is courts need play. Play is actually where you're preventing them from being algae. So you want people to be on them. We would try to fill up the courts definitely in the afternoon. We would try to build programs. It's better to have a full-time pro. We can create the hours. We have the marketing expertise. There is a market in this area, and we can get the people in this community out on the courts. Maybe it's more geared towards the afternoon when the courts are empty, because it seems like there's a lot of senior league players.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're empty in the afternoon because it's hot, but that's my assumption.
It's hot now, but after 4 or 5, and you're open till 8, 10?
More or less. Some of them are lighted.
Right,
So
okay.
We have a nighttime program.
Sure. I would always strive to do more than less. Everywhere I've been, we've always added pros and programming. We want the courts as busy as possible. Again, if you're empty in the afternoons, we would probably work harder there to build something there to get more activity. We wouldn't necessarily intrude in the mornings when there is a lot of play. I would try to at least get a few days where we can do some instruction in the mornings. that kind of stuff. But I think people will be warm and welcome to that once they see some of the quality.
Would you attract non-residents?
Um,
I'm asking.
There's no room. Don't even go there.
well,
Can he answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay, because it says in this proposal, the
Sure.
ability to teach non-residents.
well, again, back to if you want a quality program, and that's not just from the programming instructional part, but from getting good maintenance worker, getting somebody to keep your courts in great shape. We need the ability to earn revenue. And if we're just limited to, and I don't know, maybe this is, a lot of these people are not lesson people. I'm not sure. I tend to think that a lot of them will be. Yes, we would have to teach, just like the restaurant can have guests in, we would want to teach some of them. Now, I heard in the mornings, we wouldn't push it that much in the mornings because you're already super busy in the mornings. During season, although I saw pretty busy today, so I'm not sure year round in the mornings, but no, we would, again, I understand these needs of board members and residents, and we want to make everybody happy. So
it's basically revenue generated through instruction.
I'm sorry?
It's revenue generated through instruction.
Well,
Basically,
sure.
We would probably have to free up courts for instruction more so in the morning. And that's not going to happen.
That's why their fee is as low as it is, because they suffer.
Well, I didn't say that. Like I said, everything's negotiated, and again, not knowing your activity in the afternoon, we would probably want to do something in the mornings, but that's just normal. I mean, there's going to be people. So if a lot of your residents here wanted some clinics in the morning, are they able to do it, even if they want to, or no? Is it a rule?
Well, we have 17 rules.
We have rules.
Sure. I'm just being honest with you because, again, it's going to be hard to attract the right type of person here, to keep them here. And I know you have 2 people here right now. Again, everything's negotiable. And
we're trying to be open with you too, so you understand the environment.
Sure.
Now, the split on lessons is 90-10?
Given this situation here, which I understood with the not a lot of lessons in the morning, yes, that's.
And what about contract employees? Would there be necessity for contract employees to take up some of the other spots, like with the pool or whatever, fitness, or, because we kind of include those things together.
I think they're just tennis.
I'm just going to be doing tennis as far as I know, and I believe that Rosetta would be handling the lifestyle portion,
Okay.
maybe pool or if.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't understand it all, but yeah, we stick with tennis and pickleball, and we'll do the courts, do the programming, and all of that stuff.
Let me interrupt for just 1 second. Sure. Just something I wanted to add, which is, as we're having our discussion, we do need to be cognizant that some of these different programs that we're talking about, we might have to, depending on where this goes, we would potentially have to run by bond counsel for some of the same issues that we looked at with the lease with POA. This is tax exempt bond financing utilized for our amenity, and we want to make sure that we're not having, I'll call it, too much commercial enterprise. So that's something we want to keep in mind.
Okay.
So I want to ask you something, if I may,
Sure.
so that we can have some clarity.
Sure.
You said that the fee, the amenity fee that's in the document.
Yes.
Included a tennis pro.
Yes, it does. A pro.
Tell us what else that includes, please.
The dedicated that I could find, there was not one, a dedicated maintenance person that would be trained, because there's not one here. I just see people brushing the courts. The tennis pro, the dedicated maintenance worker, and then that's the fee also for my company and my maintenance consultant who will be here multiple times.
Okay. And the tennis pro would be considered a full-time person.
Not necessarily. I mean, we would probably try to make them full-time. I know that we would work towards that.
Well, what What's included in the fee then? Halftime?
No, 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 no. We're gonna be trying to roll out programs more, be here in the morning and in the afternoon and running programs, so no. Sorry, I didn't understand the question, but it would be a full-time.
So full-time. And the maintenance person, what percentage time is that?
They're gonna be about 3 hours Monday through Friday mostly.
Okay. That helps. Thank you.
Yeah, because I see them doing some brushing and stuff in the morning. I don't, and a lot of times things just don't get done that need to get done on a daily, weekly schedule for maintenance, which we would do.
But in all fairness, if your pro isn't getting enough supplemental income through lessons, it's gonna be hard to have a dedicated pro here.
It will be, but at the same time, everywhere I've been able to, with my team and myself, we've been able to generate interest, generate hours, and generate pros and getting them to where they are comfortable with 25, 30, enough to make a living. So.
Do you have an example of other communities in which your system or you participate in?
Sure. I mean, actually, even today, we have some new contracts. We picked up a few contracts the last couple of months, but in the past 30 years, I've been at multiple communities, CDDs. One of them we're at today with some camps, Grand Hampton, which is a CDD. Actually, I got that contract in 2004. We were at a community for almost 10 years. They did an RFP. We did not get renewed. That was the video and the picture, but we had, with my key people, we had close to 400 students, but we managed to exist with 12 adult league teams. We had a very vibrant adult league program, and we managed the courts. They were in incredible shape. Hydro grid, you guys are hydro court here. So before that, I've had multiple contracts for 10, 12, 15 years. I'm a long-term kind of person, and I like being sort of a perfectionist and make things how the community wants them, exceeding expectations. So.
A very general question.
Yes.
From your experience with other communities, do the tennis players, participants, pay like a club fee, a membership fee over and above their overall
Club fee.
for tennis?
A club fee. I mean.
No, just a fee. Outside of what a non-tennis player would pay.
A user fee.
Yeah,
is what you- I mean, this is a CDD, although I would run it like a club because you have league teams, you have clay courts, and then you have a budget and you have a pro here. I would run it like a club. The only fees, like if people want to play here, they pay their annual dues, right? So they don't have to pay any additional fees. Now, if they bring in a guest from the outside, does that guest have to pay a fee?
Yes.
That's very typical, most clubs. Any additional fees, like if they're doing lessons, they would pay that direct lesson. I don't know of what you were saying, any additional fees, but maybe it's done depending on.
Like a user fee.
I don't see that happening. They're already paying a user fee through their HOA dues, right? Or.
No, I'm just asking.
Yes, sure.
I guess the answer is no.
Yeah,
I think the answer is no.
sorry. Yeah,
Can we ask some questions for the food guy?
Yeah, please.
okay. All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I'm reading it correctly, we would pay, there's a $70,000 fee for is that for the management? Explain how that works, please.
Absolutely. Is that under management fee or admin fee?
There was an additional $70,000.
Yeah, the 70 is a management fee, the 20 is an admin fee.
Okay, so management fee, that is actually broken up over the whole year. So that management fee is our only profit line. So any other profits that we might get in restaurant sales is a profit share that we can discuss at a later date. But that line itself is only profit that we get from running this establishment here. Admin fee goes into anything other than restaurant use. We have our hiring platforms, our any kind of systems, POS, internet, online orders, anything like that, any kind of marketing tools that we use all fall under that administration line item.
So this is not a person, this is your company, basically?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Does that make sense?
Well,
In
that's
your,
exactly.
in your proposed budget, I don't know if you have that handy, but in the cost section, there's no cost breakdown, or there's no cost allocated to alcohol beverages.
I thought it was a heck of a deal. Yeah, it was zero.
Is that
That's not
an omission, or?
So, I mean, we were kind of going with some numbers that we were kind of given as more of a line of baseline. Like we kind of base off, we were able to get a kind of small picture of what the sales were here based on population. So we kind of had, you know, our guesstimates, if you want to say, for our budget, which is realistic, you know. I'm trying to see, I do have on mine, it does have a liquor, beer, wine on here, sales breakdown. We talk about costs, correct?
Yeah, so it shows alcohol sales of 177,660, but down under cost of sales,
Yeah, none, zero,
it shows zero.
which was a great deal. Page 58.
58 of the Rosetta.
Yeah, the Rosetta.
I don't know if they have their own separate. Was that just an omission?
I think it was an omission. I'm trying to look at on my other end, that's not, you probably don't have that part of it, so.
It's the proposed budget that came to a $350,000 subsidy.
See, on my sales itself, I do have a total of alcohol, I'm sorry, it doesn't have a cost. Yeah, that must have been an omission on that.
So
I do apologize on that.
So the $350,000 net loss would actually be higher.
Correct.
Okay. I thought so, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Plus an $80,000 fee.
No, that's included in
Oh,
in
That's
the loss.
included.
yeah, in the loss.
Total food as a cost of food revenue is about 38%. Does that seem pretty normal?
For this time with the market the way it is, I would say that's actually really good, just because the cost of goods has risen so much. And obviously, we don't want to charge restaurant prices here, pass that on to the residents here. So we want to make sure it's affordable luxury that we can give to all the residents here, as best we can, because we serve everything fresh, farm to fork.
Oh, it sounds good.
But yes, 100%.
So do you think you could manage to that 38%?
If not lower, at our other property right now, we're running about a 33% food cost right now. So, and once again, all based on population, on how many people are participating. The more participation we can get and draw in to the restaurant, that lowers the number as far as our food costs. Especially when we do more events, engaging with doing special nights like spaghetti meatballs. We can balance the budget based off of getting people in the door.
Would you have a dedicated chef here or?
Absolutely,
sous chefs?
100%.
How would it work?
So we would have a dedicated general manager, executive chef, chef de cuisine, a sous chef, and then we would have hourly chefs behind that, or hourly line cooks.
So there'd be a club manager, a general manager?
So a general manager would run any kind of operations that we would be in. So they'd oversee the whole restaurant, including any events, entertainment, engagements. They would help manage all of that. And then we have our chef de cuisine who would manage directly the restaurant, the bottom line numbers like your food costs and making sure everything goes seamlessly for that.
And what would you see as the transition time to get everything started?
Honestly, the only thing that would hold us back right now would be just licensing. The state itself and the county have been running behind as far as licensing. We're right around 45 to 60 days is what we're seeing as the norm. But for us, I mean, we can operate as soon as we can get that going.
So you have other sites in this market?
I'm sorry?
You have other sites in this market?
Absolutely.
Because I saw it was Georgia.
Correct.
Georgia was on your mind. But,
Yes.
So where else, what other sites do you have?
Absolutely. So predominantly our company is based in Atlanta, Georgia. We have branched out of the state of Georgia to literally to Tennessee, also Florida. We had one cafe in Tampa, GL Homes, which is here probably about 45 minutes up the road of Valencia del Sol. And then we're opening another property next month in Port St. Lucie for GL Homes as well. Same amenities, same everything as this here for the Valencia del Grove or Valencia Grove.
So this would be a new venture into this market?
So this was a new venture. So when COVID happened, we decided we did corporate dining. So at the end of the day, we had to figure out what other areas can we capture. Since we have, pretty much done it all from restaurants to cafes, we wanted to, kind of stretch our heels. So that's when we landed our contract with GL Homes. And since then, we've been pursued by numerous communities for our services. And we've actually turned down a lot. So it was just more along the lines, it wasn't a good fit. We thought this was a great fit with Rosetta in order to provide great amenities and services for the residents here.
Do you anticipate any staffing issues?
We always have to anticipate that, and be honest with you. But at the end of the day, we do what's best for our employees. We want to make sure we retain them. We make sure we pay them well in order to kind of, keep the talent that we have, because we don't want to have any kind of turnover, because this is going to cause a lot of, challenges. Because, as we find regulars, they grow attached. We have engagements, and, everybody wants to come in for a certain date to see their certain server, bartender, whatever it may be. But we will do whatever we can to capture and hold on to the employees we have.
We go to Vesta, to Rosetta.
Yes. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, I guess my question was maybe more for you, Michael. What do you see as transition time?
Yeah, I can take that. So transition time obviously will be difficult because of the time frame we're working with, but day one, Michael, myself, and Greg, Michael's counterpart, will all be on site to take over the operation. We've anticipated hopefully getting the contract, so we've actually opened the positions in the market and started to receive applicants. We have 2 really good general manager applicants from external resources, and we have an internal applicant that we're interviewing as well. So very promising. We would be here day one. Obviously, the most important aspect of what we do is get it staffed properly and get it up and running to our standards.
Michael, maybe I didn't hear you right, but you anticipated?
I'm sorry?
You said you anticipated.
So we want to try to be ahead of the curve so that if we were offered the contract, we just went ahead and opened positions internally to try to start to get some applications.
Okay. Within Rosetta?
Correct.
What advantage, are there advantages to, if we were to go with Rosetta amenities and we are currently going with Rosetta for our management? Is there any cost savings that would occur?
Long term, I don't know how that would work out. Obviously having a one-stop shop with Rosetta is always favorable. You'll have all of our accounting practices will be in place. You'll get all your reportings from us on time, one packet of information. We would work on behalf of Sterling and Tennis Connections. We would provide all their reporting to you, so you would receive that all from Rosetta as part of our services.
Am I picturing this correctly? Rosetta takes over, Sterling comes in, Tennis comes in. General manager that's here is overseeing the whole nut.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Be a little more.
Ultimate responsibility for success and failure comes back to me and Rosetta.
So I want to follow up on
Go ahead.
what the chair is asking. You're telling us that the Rosetta hired general manager will oversee Sterling and the tennis community as well as the general operations of this club.
So we would work in tandem with them. So we would,
What does that mean?
well, we would hold them responsible as our partner, right?
So
Exactly.
if we have a problem with tennis,
You come to me.
we come to you.
I will be at your board meeting.
Okay, we have a problem with food.
Yell at me.
Okay.
I'm your guy.
So that's what I'm saying. I picture it as one person overall.
Correct.
And Sterling is here and Tennis is here, but if there is an issue, it's
That's
Luciano that I want to come to see.
Absolutely. Okay. Sure.
I'm still not clear on my question on, in terms of transition time, hit the ground running kind of thing. When would you, if this board made a decision at whatever point in time, with Vesta at this moment, finishing their responsibilities on the 21st of July, how much time would you need to take over?
Well, we would try to start working with Vesta ahead of time to collect records, financial information, and get in here as soon as possible. We would be here on the 21st to take over.
Okay.
Michael, is this the first venture of Rosetta into amenities management?
Absolutely not. We have 25 contracts.
Okay.
Correct.
So you manage other restaurants and things of that nature?
We have, we do have another community with a restaurant in it, correct?
How many restaurants?
We have one right now.
One other restaurant?
We had, actually the community that Michael and I live in, we're not there anymore. It's also not a restaurant.
Is that Mirror Bay?
Yeah, it's us.
And they went to Vesta?
Yeah, Rosetta fired, Mirror Bay's community, our community.
You broke with them.
Correct.
Was it because of Michael?
Pretty much, yeah. Which is why I promoted him into his new position.
So in the schedule of fees, you show a $480,000 personnel budget for GM, lifestyle, maintenance, executive assistant, and clubhouse attendants.
Correct.
If you compare that to our planned budget, if I compare the positions correctly, it's like $130,000 higher than our trim budget.
I would need to compare that. I'm not sure what your bottom line budget number is currently.
Well, okay. I came up with $350,000 for those same positions. So just, maybe it's not that much, but it just seemed like a big difference.
Well, we're assuming that number includes,
These positions.
yeah, but it includes medical and whatever?
Correct, yeah, that's all fringes included in that. And we don't charge a labor burden for staffing.
For what?
For staffing, we don't charge a burden fee.
I thought it was 28%.
You showed one.
No, we don't charge a burden fee. That might have been on, perhaps Sterling, yeah, that was on Sterling's budget, correct. But Rosetta does not charge a burden fee for our staffing.
Okay. I can't find it here, but I thought there was one.
I thought I saw 28%, but if you say it's.
Sterling was 28%, and I thought Rosetta had one too. I do have a question. I want to make sure I'm reading something correctly. Page 39, you show a list of communities, of contracts. Says as of July 1st, 2022, 32 contracts have been executed during the past 5 years.
Okay.
23 clients are current, 9 clients are no longer current. So that tells me you've lost 28% of those
So
5-year contracts?
So the time that I've been with Rosetta, which is since August, we've only lost one. And that was as I was walking in the door. We have not lost any amenity services contracts since I've been here.
Well, no, but I'm going back over
Yeah.
the last 5 years.
Yeah, and I don't unfortunately be able to speak to the history. I mean, there were a lot of changes made when I came into the division, needed changes. So I don't know, again, I don't want to be able to speak to anything before me.
But I'm reading it correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know Mirror Bay went to Vesta, Triple Creek went to Vesta. I don't know about some of the others based on some of the people I talked to. Okay. This is an odd question, but you had a page in here about additional litigation support services, page 28.
Okay.
That, and as you know, we have litigation currently with the city of Venice going on, so that's why it caught my attention. But you have hourly rates for
Yeah, the final page.
different staff members.
Yeah.
So if we needed $800,
Above and beyond the services, so you're already gonna have our full accounting, support and services like Belinda utilizes. That would be to have them come out specifically, outside of the norm and sit here to do things.
okay,
Over and above what is
Over and above.
normally expected.
Correct.
which is like $4,000 a week or $208,000 a year. And that was just for staff. It seemed like, wow, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I
Again,
would
maybe these are
foresee-
never used.
I don't think they want us to call
Yeah, I wouldn't foresee, and the time I've been here, I've never seen the additional services be utilized. I don't know under what circumstances that would be needed outside the basic
Okay.
services we provide.
Oh, that's good, because it was kind of scary.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess that's all I have.
Any additional questions for Rosetta?
I couldn't get any of your references to call me back, by the way.
Oh, I got two.
No, on the contracts that they no longer have.
I would encourage you to call, if you want to do additional research, I would encourage you to call Triple Creek, speak to either Alex or Mark, the sheriff master there. And we don't have their contract anymore.
I'm sorry, I take that back. I'm thinking of somebody else. I did talk to somebody there. Yeah,
I-
they were the one that said they had no food and beverage.
Triple Creek does not, no.
Okay.
If there are no other questions, then I'd like to say thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for your time today and your patience. You being last wasn't easy.
Oh, that's all right.
But appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We want to move forward with Vesta?
Yes.
Yes.
Boyd?
We don't get a break.
You want 5 minutes?
No, I only need 2.
Okay.
Why don't we take a 5-minute
How
break?
about 5?
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're
Okay, so I have turned the recorder back on and we are back on the record at 1:06 p.m. We did add the discussion with Vesta to the agenda, so we do have Roy Deary and Julie Cortina present. Roy?
Hello. Hey, Roy.
Are there questions for Roy?
Well, first of all, publicly, I'd like to thank them both for staying. It's very nice of you to do that. I don't think you had to do it. I'm glad you're here, and I personally, I thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Now, at the previous board meeting, when the time span became an issue, I brought up the question to Julie about reaching out, and then you know what's transpired in the last couple of days or week or so, and I appreciate your response. This morning, when I saw you before the meeting started, you had given us two choices there: stay through the end of the month, stay through the end of the year. And I said, what's the chances of staying through the end of our fiscal year? And I know you can't give us an answer on that right now.
I can try.
Okay, but the other supervisors don't know what I asked because, again, we can't communicate with one another. Well, what I asked Roy this morning, because he had given us two choices. Well, what about staying through the end of the third quarter, which is the end of our fiscal year, which would put Vesta here until the 30th of September. And maybe that fits into the time frame better. I don't know. So it's just a thought.
Yes.
I am.
Very good.
Good morning and good afternoon now, everyone. I know you didn't necessarily ask me to give you a post-mortem or an obituary, but I did. It was interesting to listen to the other three companies, and I think they had great perspectives, great insights, some common themes. It felt a little bit like Yogi Berra, it's deja vu all over again, with bringing up COVID, bringing up staffing challenges, bringing up some challenges inherent to Venetian. But the only other thing I'll add is a year ago, really this date, we submitted our evaluation report at the request of the board. And one of the components in that report was to ask or encourage the board to really try to step back and look at why you're here, what do the residents want, the type of things that I think Ken brought up, I think Alan from one of the companies brought up, this really larger perspective about who are we, what do we want to be, what level of service do we want. I think some heads were nodding that day. I think there was some buy-in. I'm not sure much progress has been made with that. And yet here you are changing management companies. So be it. So finally, to answer your question, I don't want to presume that the five of you know what direction you want to go or what decision you want to make, but I will say this to be as direct an answer to your question as I can, Rich. If you decide today to go with Castle because they're a sister company of ours, we'll stay through the end of the fiscal year. If you want to go a different direction or don't make a decision today, then the two offers we communicated to you in writing on Friday are the two offers we'll stick with.
Okay, fair enough.
That's a pretty direct answer to your question.
Yep. I have a question.
I have a question and a comment. I too want to thank you too. This has got to be a tough time for all of you, and I think you failed and we failed. It's a shared responsibility here in a sense, and our residents failed. I'm curious from your view, what caused the failure? And I'd like to hear from you.
Okay.
What went wrong?
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
I've been in the operations side of this industry for 27 years until January when I stepped into our business development role. So I do have a perspective that I heard a lot of comments from the other companies that I can relate to. The other thing I'll say real quickly in preface to my answer to your question is, over the years, I have some self-awareness, and I think that was a term one of my colleagues mentioned today was self-awareness. I have some self-awareness that at times I've been too candid, too direct, too blunt, and that usually doesn't get me in trouble, but it can get me in trouble in a public meeting on the record at a CDD board meeting. Where I'm going with all that is, when I think about my answer to your question, what comes to my mind is personnel. And I said in the email to you gentlemen that instability was the word I tried to characterize turnover and challenges with personnel. But I also alluded to the fact that it was a very interesting dynamic for me to stand here, have the 5 board members, I don't want to overstate this, but there was some struggle about reaching a decision. I think the vote was 3-2. And one of the big stumbling blocks was the issue of the existing associates, the existing personnel here at the club. And we were left with frankly, a challenging task of retaining them, engaging with them, but bringing about change. And so I don't want to make it all about that, but I heard one of our colleagues today say a fresh set of eyes. I felt like Vesta was going to bring a fresh set of eyes, and I think we did, but I think we had a strong amount of resistance from the associates that were here. And that made our job difficult. And we would bring some of those associates to meetings elsewhere, and we engaged them with we wanted them to feel like they're part of the family, and we never got there. We never got there. So it is what it is. Internally, could we have done more from a support, from an oversight, from a system standpoint? Yes. Like another colleague said, we're always striving to get better, and I know we will continue to get better. But you know, we have the benefit of hindsight in answering your question, Steve. But I've heard people say today, to me personally, that Venetian can be a very challenging community. But I've never wanted to stand in front of you or any other community and make excuses. We embrace our responsibility. I had a developer say to me last month, the property management business is about the toughest business he knows of. Incredibly challenging. I'm not going to stand here and make excuses. We signed a contract, we got a job to do. I'm sure the other 3 companies all feel exactly the same way. So lessons learned. I'm here because I care about you guys and I want the best for your community, plain and simple. Not here to make excuses.
For the board more than anything else, I think, I strongly believe we need more time. I don't think we're ready to make a decision. I'm personally not ready to make a decision for a new management company based on what I heard this morning. Some of the presentations were excellent, some of them less than excellent, but I'm personally not ready. And I think there might be other companies out there we can look at. So personally, I would like to see us extend Vesta through the end of the year. I think that lets us get time to do this right, because it's that important for the community. So that's my 2 cents.
I have no problem with that.
As Roy said, I think the problem lies on both Vesta and this board. Again, I hate to go down the old road. We insisted that they maintain certain employees as they move forward. That undermined their ability to manage. Okay.
I think we own that, okay.
So I would be supportive of keeping Vesta here until the end of the year as they offer. All I hear recently is the good things that you're doing here. It seems like there's been a resurrection of services here provided, specifically Father's Day. And when I hit the door to the pool or any place else, that's all I heard about how fantastic it was. If given that opportunity again, well, I think there's a commitment that you have already, and that is a commitment of excellence and to show us what you can do. And I would like to see them stay until the end of the year.
I'll say, and I said it to Julie, we had a conversation last week, that if she had been here since January, we wouldn't be here having this discussion today. Since the middle of May that Julie has been here, I think we've gotten the ship straight again. We have a chef that I haven't heard one single negative thing said about Stefan, not a single thing. We have theme nights, we're back, we're moving again. That's been since May. Had that happened in January, it'd be a whole different ballgame, but it didn't. But let's work with what we have and not look in the rearview mirror, and let's go forward. So I am fine with you guys staying through the end of December, giving us more time to make an informed decision, given the company that we ultimately choose adequate time to work with you. Initially, we had some speed bumps if we go back to March of 2020.
Especially on the financial side.
Especially on the financial side. So having this time to work together with you to make a smooth transition probably makes a lot of sense all around.
So what does that mean?
Well, legally, let's talk legally. Andy, can we do something like that?
Can we do what? Extend? We've already got an ordinance.
Yeah, well, I just want to hear from the lawyers, not layperson.
Not just you, Rick.
Well, that puts you in. Well,
excuse me.
To answer your question, we have a contract that we sent with the right to terminate, which we sent termination notice on. We've heard from Vesta that they're willing to stay until the end of the year and hold their pricing. If that's the decision that the board wishes, then I would prepare an addendum of some sort to memorialize that extension and the rescission of the termination.
Do we need a motion to do that?
You do.
Then I'll make a motion that the board accept the extension as presented by Vesta through December 31st.
Second, there's more comments. No, we know you got a comment.
They didn't have a chance to talk.
Yes.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, this is the comment part, now we get to talk.
Discussion.
So I would go along with the fact that we do need more time. There's no question in my mind. It would be great to hear from other companies. It would be great to pursue, and we haven't gotten an update yet on some other options. And very candidly, I think it would be good for Vesta to stay on to the end of the year, because I, for one, I'm not ruling you guys out. You know, I think if, hold it down, please. I think under the right circumstances, I've talked to a number of other Vesta clients, and I hear a lot of positive things. So I had the same question Steve did, like, what went wrong here? Beyond what we know what went wrong, starting with maintaining, requirement to maintain the staff. I haven't been here since the end of May, but I have heard good things. So A, we get more time, B, you get more time, and we'll see what happens, because I'm just not ruling them out as a possibility.
That's fine.
Excellent.
I think Rosetta does a great job, property management here. I don't know why they would want to risk their reputation by taking on the amenities, frankly, but that's their choice. I have some concerns about that, because I think putting all our eggs in one basket is somewhat risky, because if we decide to change again, does that hurt our relationship? I think it would hurt our relationship, and we have a good one right now. So there's a lot going on here. And as I said when Bill was talking, we don't know what we want to be. And I read your report, I wasn't on the board then, and I said, boy, they've hit it. And frankly, we've ignored that since then. So we've got a lot of work to do internally, and this buys us 6 more months. So anyway, that's where I am on that.
Okay.
And I would like to get an update at some point on a couple of other initiatives that you guys were following up on in the last meeting.
Anybody else?
Well, point of, I really would like to explore this whole, really would like to explore this tennis connection possibility.
We have time to do that.
Well, then, point of information. What is the status from a management point of view of tennis? Is the general manager managing tennis, or do we have a designated general manager now?
What do you mean?
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean. Do we have a general manager now, today, this minute?
Yes.
I assume Paul Bonner is our tennis person.
No, do we have a general manager for the whole
Oh, do we have a
operation?
general manager?
Yes.
I see Julie as the interim general manager.
Okay.
That's, I mean.
Well, again, management point of view, that she manages tennis as well. Okay, I just want to make that clear.
I see the general manager, the way I described it in the conversation with Rosetta. General manager oversees the whole thing. There may be the kitchen, there may be the tennis, there may be this, that, whatever. But the general manager is the overall person in charge. And that's the way I view Julie's job.
I invite you to the meeting in 1.5 hour. Okay, the tennis meeting. Okay, as the general manager.
We may still be here then.
We've always operated that way, that we've asked the general manager to be the overall responsible person.
I know, but what you've asked and what is actually happening is different. Okay, realistically. So,
Okay, well, that's how
it may not be what you want to hear, but you need to hear.
I'm a little lost. What do you mean, what we don't want to hear?
I would like to see the general manager function as a complete general manager of all operations here.
I think we all agree on that.
Well,
Can I say something real quick?
go ahead.
Two things come to my mind when I listen. Right now, I think, Judge Booker, you're talking a little bit about structure, how the club should be operated and staffed. I think that can be part of your next 4 or 5 months of thinking about what do you really want to do and who do you want to be and how do you want to run this place. So I think your motion potentially, if it passes, buys you the time to look at structure, to hear the type of concerns you're raising right now. Secondly, I'll say real quickly, this is probably my only time to offer this, is that if the structure remains, as these gentlemen said, of a general manager trying to oversee everything, I walked in here a year and a half ago and saw, well, we've got these different departments. We've got a tennis director who's been here for 17 years. We've got a food and beverage manager. I feel like this place is not so large that a general manager can't have his or her arms around it with 3 or 4 department heads. And where I'm going with all that is, I would make sure that that department head is attending those committee meetings for that department. I'm not sure the general manager has to make every one of them. I would think possibly periodically he or she needs to, but I think we're getting into the level of detail that you guys can work through over the next 4 or 5 months. That's my 2 cents worth on all that.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Call the vote. Do we have any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I'm curious about what our next follow-up actions are.
Well, right, after you vote on your motion, I have some comments to add there.
Okay.
Okay, so
Are we ready?
we have a motion, it's been seconded.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'll prepare a contract addendum or amendment or whatever I might fit best. And, but the next question is something that you're alluding to, Steve. So you've agreed to extend Vesta's work here through the end of the year. So the next question is, what do you want to do with this RFP? do you want to reject all bids? Do you want to just leave it open right now and ask the proposers to leave, which they're required to leave their proposals open for 120 days? If that is what you're doing, then of course the cone of silence and all the other things that are part and parcel of the RFP stay in place. We need to have a little bit of a discussion on that.
Can I have one quick comment? If you leave it in place and you want us to submit a proposal, we have the advantage of seeing their proposals right now.
It is what it is. So it sounds like we can reject all proposals.
It's up to you.
No, that's exactly
I'm
what
not
he's
gonna,
saying.
I'm not gonna rush into rejecting all proposals. I wanna think about what's entailed with that.
Right.
Before I agree to it.
Well, we have 120 days to make our decision, correct?
The proposals are 120 days from the date that they were opened.
Roy, I'm assuming you're concerned from an ethical standpoint.
Simply fairness.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a question for Andy.
It's a legal question.
We don't need to make a decision today to reject those RFPs.
You do not need to make that decision today.
So.
At some point, you may want to make that decision.
Correct. But I certainly don't feel prepared to make that decision today. Just as I didn't think we were going to be making a decision today on who we might select. I felt we've all had information overload and we need some time to kind of digest what's happened here. So my thought coming into this meeting is that we would likely be extending it and meeting in the next couple of days to talk about it. Now we don't have to, because it isn't something that's.
Well, in the end, in the RFP, we say that the district may further postpone the award of the contract, elect not to proceed with the subject or award process, and or to accept a proposal or a portion of a proposal, which in its judgment, I can't even read it this time, which in its judgment best serves the district. We also say that, as I mentioned before, no proposal may be withdrawn after opening for a period of 120 days. So at some point, you are going to need to make a decision as to how you want to proceed. You need to make it today.
Does not have to be today, but at some point, yes.
If you do not make it today, then all those things that we talked about stay in place, cone of silence, et cetera.
I'd like to understand that a little bit better. So if there were 14 people who requested and or received the RFP, but 11 of them chose not to respond, we can't reach out to those 11? To either ask why they didn't respond or encourage them to respond? We can't?
They're closed. The proposal period is
Right.
closed.
They don't have the ability to submit.
Oh, so the existing proposals stay open for 120 days, but we
Correct.
can't take on any new ones?
No, you cannot.
Yeah, we
Unless you reject all of them
all the bids.
and then start over with a brand new RFP, if that's your decision at some point.
Because and Andy, I'm assuming it's because the submission date closed.
Correct. And they did not
There's
submit
no
by
way
the
for us to
deadline.
extend the submission date?
No. That would not be fair to the three that did submit.
So the action is to satisfy some of that, reject all of the proposals that we have and basically start anew.
If that's what you'd like to do.
Yes. And
But then we don't have to make those three come back and
They do.
present again.
Yes, they would.
Yes.
Yes.
They would have to.
It'll be a brand new RFP.
It's a nuisance.
And they can decide whether they want to submit or not.
And so, Andy, if I'm right, if we reject everything that happened today, the whole process starts again.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
That's why I said that we need a little bit of time to digest this before we make that decision.
I agree with you.
Well, you're saying we can do both. We can retain their services pursuant to this motion. for
So
the
today
next
is sort of
6 months.
Vesta?
Vesta.
We've already done it.
That's a done deal.
Okay.
We've already done it.
Okay, but I don't see the logic in doing what you said, not moving forward with rejecting all bids. It's a fait accompli. I mean, and legally, it's done.
What do you mean?
Well, let me see if I can respond, at least not for you, but on my own. I think a lot of information was put on the table today, and I'd like to at least go back and look at my notes, and I'd like us to have another session to further discuss what we liked, what we didn't like, and then make an informed decision
And
rather
if you
than making
don't-
something
I
right
mean,
now.
if you don't reject them all today, then you could, I suppose, at the next meeting, but whenever that is, have a discussion and decide. Someone might pass a motion to go with, I won't name them, company A, of the three, company 1, or 2, or 3, or 3 that have submitted. And you still have that ability.
There was a lot of information that came, there were a lot of numbers that were thrown around. I came here with what I saw as total costs. In asking some questions, some of those costs have changed. So I wanna look at it again. I wanna see where it is in dollars and cents. And we've all spent several hours here with a lot of information coming in. I think as one person on the board, I want a little more time to think about it. So I don't want to say no right now and then we start the whole process over. But maybe after thinking about it and then discussing as a board, maybe we will come to that decision.
And whatever decision we make relative to the 3 that we had today, it does not affect what we've decided with Vesta.
No, we've already taken that vote 5-0 that Vesta is
And
continuing.
then some of the
To the end of
proposals had 60 days, which would fit in with that, so.
Yes.
If we choose
Okay.
one of the 3 that.
Okay, we may decide that we need to bring somebody in to assist us, a consultant or someone, in drafting a more comprehensive RFP, okay? Or we may decide
Or less
that we want to explore possibly the sale of this building to a heritage type, okay? Or we may decide, that we need to
We'll
bring
get
in
an update on
a
the supervisor's
separate,
comments.
entity restaurant to come in, and it's all type of things we can do if we didn't have this somewhat cloud over our head and we and completely finish our obligations here today on this issue. But I'm gonna get outvoted, so go ahead.
Well, I don't think we have to finish today. I mean, at the next meeting, we can decide to reject all 3, can't we?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, okay. But
Linda, our next meeting is
25.
in business at that next meeting.
Or you have the continued public hearing, I know that much. I don't know
Yes.
what else you have. No, the continued public hearing on the rate.
I'm gonna suggest,
And everything else that's typical, O&M, minutes.
as far as the continuation of the rules, just because I was here in 2016 and no one else was, there was a big uproar in this community about fitness fees and how it was very quickly thrown together in July or August of 2016, and the residents weren't here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that, I feel that was a valid point. I think that we are setting ourselves up for a lot of upsetment in this community if we discuss fitness fees and the rest of the fees on that schedule in July. I think that should be put off until a much later date. I would say November or so, December, when the residents are.
I'm happy to rescind my.
Well, no, you can talk about it now and you know what your general feeling is, but you've continued it to the 25th.
Yeah.
So you have to open it on the 25th and then make your decision.
Okay.
I'm saying on the 25th. I'm happy to postpone it, to withdraw.
Okay.
Okay.
But you
Does
couldn't-
everybody
you can't take
understand
that
why
action
I'm
today.
saying that?
Good
Because,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
I will not be at that meeting, I'll be in a car. So I'm not gonna be on the phone either.
Are you not gonna be here?
I may be gone.
Okay, well,
I thought you were leaving until the 28th.
well, then we don't, he can't, so
We
you and
don't
I
have
are
a
gonna
quorum,
be
We
here.
can't have a meeting.
Can't have a
We have to have an in-person
Well,
quorum.
We need three people in the room.
If you send the corporate jet back up for me, I'll come back down.
Well, Ernest, are you,
I'll talk to my boss.
okay, so we don't know we know you're not going to be.
For sure.
Okay,
I'm away.
are you gonna dial into?
No, I'm in the car.
Okay,
Driving
Kitty,
home.
where are you? Are you?
I'm on the phone.
okay,
So it's three of us.
well, I'm gonna be.
I will show.
Okay, so we have
Yeah.
three for the 25th. That's fine.
Well, we don't know.
Yes, go ahead. Don't show.
So can we go back to the RFP?
Right.
Kind of jump subjects.
Right,
so-
so what is the plan with regards to the RFP at the moment?
I want to see them stay open. I don't want to close them
I
up.
want to see them stay open as well.
So it will be on your agenda for the 25th.
And we can push it forward, we're very good at that. We can always push it forward.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Andy,
Move on.
quick request, it's a technical nature. Right now, our contract has the 60-day termination clause without cause. I think that's what the board exercised.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think it would violate the spirit of everything we've agreed, if you did that again during the next 3 or 4 months. So I would prefer that either there's a gentleman's agreement, that we don't go down that road, but that you do have the ability to get out for cause, an opportunity to cure kind of thing, which I think is already in the contract.
There is a provision for that as well.
I'm just making that request. It's not a demand, but I'm asking us to sort of abide by the spirit of what we've agreed on today.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, that's very.
Otherwise, you
very
guys,
easy.
60 days.
Yeah, we're all on the same boat.
I will craft the amendment in that
Thank you.
regard to memorialize that. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, Belinda, maybe for the sake of brevity and understanding, can we just state what we've agreed to here?
Sure.
So we all understand it?
Well, since.
Okay, so the board is not rejecting the proposals. What we're doing is we're placing them on the agenda for the next
You're
meeting.
basically postponing the award.
We're postponing the award. It will be on the 25th, July 25th agenda.
And at that meeting, should we not have a quorum or should we not be comfortable with the number of attendees, it can be extended again,
Yes.
Sure.
okay?
And then in reference to Vesta, Andy's going to prepare an addendum to memorialize their continuance until the end of December.
Right.
Fine.
And I know we've got one bidder in the room, but
True.
two, okay, so those two know, but the other one know as well. Just what transpired. So we postpone the award.
Can part of the process be, let's say you eliminate one and want the other two to come back
Yes,
for further discussion?
yes.
Okay.
And can we continue discussion with Heritage because it's not an RFP? If that's,
Heritage did not submit
Right,
for
but
the
can we-
RFP, so you can have discussions with them.
right, because it's not an RFP situation with
It's
that.
not for,
Yeah, okay.
and I know, I don't want to steal your thunder, but I know you're gonna give an update on Heritage. I just wanted to add that, the chair will brief you, but there are a number of issues that will be involved with that. We'll see where it goes, of course. But Scott Brizendine was right to contact me, and we had a discussion about, there's bonds on this building, and we don't know whether, where the discussions will go, but some of those things need to be taken into account.
Okay.
Supervisor requests or comments?
I have one.
Go.
Where are we on with rejuvenation of the roads? I haven't heard a discussion about that at all.
We were, when Rick brought that up the last time, I said, let's wait and see what happens with the city.
Okay.
So that's where we are.
I guess all I wanted to do is make sure we don't forget about it, because
No,
it
no,
is
we
in the
haven't.
reserve study. It is something, it would be better to do that when we weren't at full blow here with everybody here during season, but that probably won't happen. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know which way it's gonna go. It's, we need to talk about that whole thing, whether we're gonna mill and repave or whether we're gonna just put a coating on it.
Okay, so it's still a live issue, so.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, all right, so just so we haven't forgotten about it. That's all I had.
I have a couple of things. Pickleball. At the city council meeting, the council accepted a continuance until, they set a date at September 27th. And one of the council members, Helen Moore, was very strong on some mediation because she made it very clear that she doesn't want this on her table. She wants us as a board and as a community to see if we can come up with a reasonable solution. And so here's what I'm going to propose to the board. Because I've been the person at all of these meetings and I know some of the players on both sides, I'm more than happy to reach out to the resident who put in the appeal and suggest to that resident that we try to hammer out some sort of a compromise and maybe get somebody to mediate that. And I was thinking of, I don't know if I should mention the resident's name because I haven't spoken to anybody about it, but a resident with city council experience that might be willing to do it. So that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to reach out to personally the resident that put in the request and see if he will agree to sit and talk about this.
Rich, why did the city agree to a continuance?
One of the council members, Dr. Fiedler, said, well, a year ago, we granted you an extension to resubmit your plan. I see no reason why we can't offer that same courtesy to the resident. Now, the resident said, I'm not prepared. We wanted to have a sound study. We didn't get that done. My wife and I have both had COVID, on and on. So the council was sympathetic, I guess is the word, to what was being said, and they said, okay, we're going to grant the continuance. So even though our council, who represented us, said they really don't have any new information, and there really isn't a reason to grant this, Dr. Fiedler's words were heard by everybody that was there, and they went along with it. Yes, we should grant that courtesy. So it was done. All right, so I'm going to reach out to the person who put it and see if we can do this.
Do you know if they'd be willing to, is this one of the proposals of mediation? Would they be willing to?
Helen Moore was adamant about that.
No, would the residents be willing to fund a sound study?
I think our side is.
We already did one, didn't we?
Rick has. Rick has.
How many do we have to do?
Well, I'm not saying that we're gonna do a sound study. I'm saying I'm gonna reach out to the resident and say, can we continue to talk about this?
Oh, yes.
With a mediator, and maybe the mediator will say, put up 3 inches of acoustic material, put in 14 more trees, or whatever. It's hard to get a sound study, when you think about it, it's hard to get a sound study, a realistic sound study, for something that doesn't exist. It can only be done based on decibels lessened by so much over so many feet at such and such a temperature. You know, I'm sure there are formulas that can be done. So what I'm saying is, I'm sure a sound study can be done by a person who doesn't even step foot in the Venetian. It could be done, right?
At another pickleball location.
Well,
or wherever.
It could be done theoretically, is what I'm saying. What I would like to do is reach out to the resident and say, can we come to the table and try to hack out a compromise? It was suggested by Helen Moore, and if we are in good faith moving forward with this, which I feel I am in good faith, then I have to speak to the person who put in the appeal and see what they say. So I'm going to do that.
Let me understand the parameters. Let me understand the parameters of it, okay? You will be meeting with the person that filed the appeal and not the group that they
I don't know.
represent.
There was one person filed the appeal. If he says, well, I can't be there because I'm in Massachusetts, and maybe he'll say that. But would you be willing to meet with this person?
Okay.
With a mediator there? Sure. Why not?
Okay, my other question, because it predates when I got on the board. Did we do a survey from the residents as to whether or not they wanted pickleball? Do we have any type of like material?
Ever open meetings held?
We never held an actual
Because they-
survey, but we had open meetings, it was discussed dozens of times, we had a pickleball committee that was made up of residents, so that part of it took place.
Okay, so the answer is no, we don't have.
No, we don't have
a list of all the residents requesting pickleball, because they have something on the other side, and that's what I'm saying, from a litigation point of view.
All I'm willing to do is to discuss it. I don't want to go back to the city council on the 27th and have Helen Moore say to me, Mr. Bracco, did you attempt to mediate this? Did you, and say no? I want to be able to say yes. In fact, even be able to say yes, and we've come to this agreement, and this is what we're going to do. In which case, the whole city council will be very happy. They want us to solve this in-house. They don't want it coming to the principal's office again. That's simply stated.
The issue here for one group is no pickleball whatsoever.
That's true.
That's not what you're talking about.
No.
You're talking about what are some things that we can agree on that we can do to mitigate some of the concerns you have.
Exactly.
Mediate, I agree.
That,
I understand.
we're not saying we're not gonna do these pickleball. That's, we're beyond that.
Yeah, okay.
No.
We all agree. But I think the argument on the other side saying,
Well,
hey, we have 1,000 people
Well,
that are against
you know,
pickleball.
Somebody, a resident told us they have a petition. I never saw that petition.
I never either.
So,
Well, I mean, right now it's just a discussion. I'm not involved in the litigation. I'm not your counsel, but just listening, I agree that the first question when you stand in front of them is, did you do what we told you to do?
So
Okay,
I want to be able to do
Move on.
that. I'm not going to do it in a vacuum. I'm going to make the board available of what I'm going to do. Okay, our Fidelity investments are due to be, the anniversary date is the 16th, I think, of July. In conversation with Fidelity, there are some T-bonds that are going to be available on Thursday of this week, so we're going to be doing some reinvesting, probably in excess of 2%. He was talking about 2.8, which is a lot better than where we are right now. Umbrellas, and something that we agreed with Nancy Spakowski that we wouldn't exceed $55,000 for the furniture. We exceeded by $900 and something. So what do we need to do, Belinda, to get?
I mean, there was a non-fixie provided, it fell within the authority of the chair. I just wanted it to be noted on the record and
Right.
voiced that it
I
did
think
result
that's
in
fine.
more.
It,
I do want to remind the board that based on Nancy's email, if we would not have taken the action and moved forward with the payment for the furniture by Friday, which was within that same week, your prices would have dramatically increased because the developer of I think the chairs would mention that all pricing was going to go up.
no.
So we rushed to get the deposit sent out for that specific reason, because if not, you would have been hit with a large increase.
Thank you.
And the we that Belinda is talking about is herself and Vanessa Smith, right?
Particularly Vanessa, I'm very thankful for her quick action in getting the check out, and it was expedited in UPS to Nancy.
Right.
And we definitely want to thank Nancy, I don't think she's here.
No,
She was very proactive, she went directly to the vendor, delivered the
She
check,
did.
brought back the receipt, so there,
She
it
did.
was.
She did a great
It was
job.
fast, but it was done as a preventative measure so that you wouldn't be hit with a substantial increase in costs.
And the thing that everybody's waiting to hear about is heritage. So here's the story. As I said at the last board meeting, I wasn't going to talk to Heritage until after the 5th of July when the RFPs were done, even though they had no interest in putting in an RFP. Their interest is either a long-term lease or a purchase. So their acquisitions officer, his name is Scott McMartin. I had directed him to Keith and Belinda to get questions answered. And from that, he expressed an interest in a purchase or lease as opposed to an RFP. I am gonna, I have a phone call with Scott tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And all that is an initial phone call. I have not spoken to the man in person. I have emailed him. So we're gonna talk tomorrow at 4 o'clock, and I'm just gonna listen to what he has to say. This is something, if it ever comes to fruition, is months down the road, and there are a variety of challenges that come up in the meantime. It isn't something that I am going to handle in any way whatsoever, except I'm going to start the discussion with the guy and probably put him in touch with whoever he needs to speak with to answer his questions. We have issues concerning the bonds. We have a variety of other governmental issues because we are a government entity. There's a lot of stuff involved. It's not as easy as selling a Chevy. So this is a major undertaking on everybody's part. But I want to hear what he has to say. So that'll be tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And what I will do after that, I will send a quick note not to respond, just so you know what was said. And then we can continue to discuss it for future meetings. That's all I have.
That's all.
That's it.
Any other supervisor requests or comments?
I just want to give an update on the Tiki Hut. So last week, midweek, I got a call from the contractor that, oops, got a problem. Some of my crew have got some health-related issues. We're backing up. That was not good news. However, on Friday, we had a pre-construction meeting on site here with the contractor and his foreman and a number of our staff here. And it appears as though those health issues have been cleared and that they're going to start either tomorrow or Wednesday with the actual construction. So the permit sign is out there, so that's a good thing for us. Last week, the landscape people came in and tore up everything they needed to tear up. I think the water aerobics people and most of the pool users are fairly satisfied with the lap pool over here. I've spoken to a lot of those individuals during the week, and it's our intention to not reopen the recreation pool until it's really safe for people to be in that pool. So I think we're going to get started this week, and we'll see what happens. So I'd be happy to answer any questions or comments.
I got
Nothing.
Any other supervisor requests or comments?
Motion.
Wait a minute, I'd like to make a motion, we adjourn.
That's it.
We don't get an update on other pursuits that came up a couple meetings ago?
In particular?
Weren't you following up on something? No?
I don't know if you're referring to.
Ernest?
Oh,
wait. I guess not.
I mean, you can yell it in public.
Was it that group birthday present you guys were going to buy me?
Not a chance.
So
moved.
there's a motion by Rick to adjourn. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Steve. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned at 1:54 PM. Thank you, everybody.
So we're on for July 25th.
Thank you, everyone.
July 25th. Any record?
Thank you.